Hello, Autograph Fisherman here, and I have a profile video for you. Today it is the crime dog Fred McGriff. First baseman. Born October 31st, 1963. Tampa, Florida, U.S. Batted left through left. MLB debut May 17, 1986. For the Toronto Blue Jays. Last MLB appearance July 15, 2004. For the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. MLB statistics. Batting average .284. Hits 2,490. Home runs 493. Runs batted in 1,550. Teams. Toronto Blue Jays, 1986 to 1990. San Diego Padres, 1991 to 1993. Atlanta Braves, 1993 to 1997. Tampa Bay Devil Rays, 1998 to 2001. Chicago Cubs, 2001 to 2002. Los Angeles Dodgers, 2003. Tampa Bay Devil Rays, 2004. Career highlights and awards. 5 times All-Star, 1992. 1994 to 1996, 2000. World Series champion, 1995. 3 times Silver Slugger Award, 1989, 1992, 1993. 2 times Home Run Leader, 1989, 1992. Tampa Bay Rays Hall of Fame. Member of the National Baseball Hall of Fame. Induction 2023. Vote 100%. Frederick Stanley McGriff, born October 31st, 1963. Nicknamed Crime Dog, is an American former first baseman in Major League Baseball who played for 6 teams from 1986 through 2004. He was one of the most consistently productive power hitters of the 1990s, posting over 80 runs batted in RBI every year from 1988 through 2002, and became the first player since the deadball era to lead both leagues in home runs, the American League in 1989 and the National League in 1992. A 5-time All-Star, he was named the most valuable player of the 1994 contest after his pinch-hit home run in the bottom of the 9th inning tied the score at 7-7, with the NL winning in 10 innings. McGriff finished in the top 10 in voting for his league's Most Valuable Player award every year from 1989 through 1994, during which time he led the major leagues in home runs. After spending the first third of his career with the Toronto Blue Jays and San Diego Padres, McGriff became a major component in the Atlanta Braves' long run of division champions, posting over 90 RBI for 5 straight years after joining the club in a mid-season 1993 trade, and helped lead the team to the 1995 World Series title over the Cleveland Indians. In 50 career postseason games, McGriff batted .303 with 10 home runs and 37 RBI. He then joined his hometown Tampa Bay Devil Rays when that club was established in 1998, and was the team's main power hitter for its first 4 seasons, establishing various franchise records which lasted several years before being broken. He hit 20 or more home runs 15 times, becoming the first player to hit 30 home runs with 5 different teams, drove in 100 runs 8 times, and batted .300 4 times. McGriff's 493 career home runs were tied for 10th in Major League history among left-handed hitters when he retired, and put him only 7 away from joining the 500 home run club. His 462 home runs as a first baseman ranked 4th. He also ended his career with 1,550 RBI and a .509 slugging percentage. One of the most durable first basemen in history, he ranked 3rd in career games at first base, 2,239, 9th in assists, 1,447, and 3rd in double plays, 1,775. His nickname, Crime Dog, a wordplay on McGriff the Crime Dog, was coined by Marty Barrett and popularized by Chris Berman. McGriff currently works in the Braves front office as special assistant to baseball operations. In 2023, McGriff was inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Early life. McGriff was born in Tampa, Florida. His mother, Eliza, was a schoolteacher and his father, Earl, was an electronics repairman. As a child, He hung out at Al Lopez Field during Cincinnati Reds spring training and worked as a vendor at Tampa Stadium. McGriff went out for the baseball team at Jefferson High School as a sophomore but was cut. He made the team the following year after undergoing a growth spurt. He was a high school teammate of Al Pardo. He first attracted the attention of professional ball clubs after hitting a long home run off of Hillsborough High School's Dwight Gooden with scouts in attendance to watch Gooden pitch. McGriff accepted a scholarship offer to play college baseball for the Georgia Bulldogs. Professional career. Draft and minor leagues. 1981 to 1985. McGriff signed with the New York Yankees after being selected in the 9th round of the 1981 amateur draft. He received a $20,000 signing bonus. In 1982, the Yankees dealt McGriff, Dave Collins, and Mike Morgan to the Toronto Blue Jays for Dale Murray and Tom Dodd. The trade is now considered one of the most one-sided deals in baseball history. In 2006, Rob Nair wrote that the trade looked particularly lopsided because it was one of the few instances that a player of McGriff's stature was traded before getting to the majors. At the time, the trade appeared to make some sense from the Yankees' perspective, since McGriff was blocked from first base by Don Mattingly. Nonetheless, the Yankees didn't get nearly enough in return. Murray won only 3 games in 3 years with the Yankees and was out of baseball by 1986. Dodd was released at the end of the season, and apart from a month with the Baltimore Orioles in 1986, spent the remainder of his career in the minors. Before McGriff became a regular major leaguer, baseball great Ted Williams took note of his power at a batting practice session during spring training. Williams was drawn to McGriff when he heard the sound of the ball leaving McGriff's bat. To improve his skills, McGriff also played for 3 seasons in the Baseball Winter League of the Dominican Republic for the teams Azucareros del Este, today Toros del Este, Leones del Escogido, and Caimans del Sur, defunct franchise. Between 1984 and 1987, he won a Golden Glove in that league during the 1986-87 season and went to the league's postseason in the 1984-85 campaign. Toronto Blue Jays, 1986-1990. McGriff played 2 innings at first base on May 17, 1986, and the next day started his first career game as the designated hitter. His first at-bat was in the bottom of the 2nd inning against Don Schultz, during which he hit a line drive to left field for his first career hit. McGriff played in only 1 more MLB game that season. McGriff reached the majors full-time in 1987 and hit 34 home runs the next year, his first of 7 consecutive seasons with over 30 homers. He emerged as the top power hitter in the American League in 1989, leading the league with 36 home runs, including the first home run hit at the Skydome, helping the Blue Jays win the AL East Division title. His power numbers remained steady in 1990, as McGriff batted .300 and established himself as a consistent producer. San Diego Padres, 1990 to 1993. On December 5, 1990, the Blue Jays traded McGriff and Tony Fernandez to the San Diego Padres in exchange for Roberto Alomar and Joe Carter. His numbers remained consistent in the National League, where he hit .278, .396, .474 for San Diego in 1991. He made his first All-Star appearance the following year and led the NL in home runs in 1992, 3 years after he had accomplished the same feat in the AL. Atlanta Braves, 1993 to 1997. On July 18, 1993, the Padres, out of contention and seeking to unload their high-priced veterans, dealt McGriff to the Atlanta Braves for prospect Vince Moore, Donnie Elliott, and Melvin Nieves. McGriff hit a home run in his first game with the Braves, who acquired him to replace the struggling Sid Bream at first and to provide an offensive spark, and was a key player in the Braves' 51-19 finish to overtake the San Francisco Giants and claim first place in the National League West for a 3rd consecutive season. He finished with a career-high 37 homers and 4th place in the NL MVP voting. In the strike-shortened 1994 season, McGriff was batting .318 and had 34 home runs when play ended in August 1994. He won the All-Star Game MVP award that year after hitting the game-tying home run for the National League, after the NL trailed 7-5 in the bottom of the 9th inning. McGriff was runner-up to Ken Griffey Jr. in the 1994 Home Run Derby. McGriff remained with the Braves in 1995 and continued to be a successful cleanup hitter. He hit 2 home runs in the 1995 World Series en route to his only World Series championship ring. A free agent after the 1995 season, McGriff signed a 4-year contract worth $20 million with the Braves. McGriff hit .295, .365, .494, with a career-best 107 RBIs on his way to another World Series appearance in 1996. McGriff hit 22 home runs in the 1997 season. He was called out on strikes by umpire Eric Gregg on a pitch thrown by Livan Hernandez during the 1997 NLCS, which was the last significant event for McGriff as a member of the Braves. The team allowed him to be picked up by the expansion Tampa Bay Devil Rays after the season. Tampa Bay Devil Rays, 1998 to 2001. The Braves did not protect McGriff in the 1997 expansion draft after the season, and he was not selected. The Braves traded McGriff to the expansion Tampa Bay Devil Rays for a player to be named later after the draft. McGriff batted .278 with 19 home runs in his first season with the Devil Rays. His numbers experienced a minor renaissance in 1999 when he hit .310 with 32 home runs the following season. Chicago Cubs, 2001 to 2002. After another solid season in 2000, McGriff got off to a good start in 2001 and was heavily pursued by the contending Chicago Cubs around the trade deadline. He waived his no-trade clause to allow himself to be dealt to Chicago on July 27, 2001, for Manny Ibar and a player to be named later. He hit .282 with 12 homers in 49 games with the Cubs, but the team did not reach the postseason. Los Angeles Dodgers, 2003. McGriff had 30 home runs during a strong 2002 campaign, which earned him a 1-year contract with the Los Angeles Dodgers for the 2003 season. 1922 homers shy of 500 for his career, the 40-year-old McGriff only hit 13 with a .249 batting average and spent a significant amount of time on the disabled list. Returned to the Devil Rays, 2004. During spring training in 2004, the Devil Rays re-signed McGriff. He ended up with a .181 average and had hit just 2 home runs in his sporadic play from the end of May until mid-July. The Devil Rays released McGriff on July 28, 2004, 7 home runs shy of 500. McGriff worked out for the New York Yankees 3 days after his release from Tampa Bay, but the team ultimately didn't sign him. McGriff officially declared his retirement during spring training of 2005 when he received no calls from any teams requesting his services. Post-playing career. In January 2007, McGriff joined the Devil Rays as a special advisor. He stayed with the Rays until 2010. McGriff joined the Braves as a special assistant to the Baseball Operations Department in 2015, working with their minor league players. Legacy. McGriff ended his career with 10 seasons of at least 30 home runs. He and Gary Sheffield are the only players ever to hit at least 30 home runs in one season for 5 different teams, with McGriff accomplishing the feat with Toronto 3 times, San Diego twice, and Atlanta, Tampa Bay, and the Chicago Cubs once each. He led MLB in total home runs hit from 1989 to 1994, and hit the 3rd most home runs in the decade from 1988 to 1997, after Barry Bonds and Mark McGwire. During the latter period, he was 8th in the majors in the F4 statistic, wins above replacement as calculated by Fangraphs, behind 6 Hall of Famers and Bonds. As of 2019, McGriff stood as one of only 16 players to record a career .280 batting average, .375 on-base percentage, and .500 slugging percentage along with at least 490 home runs. He became eligible for election to the National Baseball Hall of Fame in 2010. In his first year of eligibility, he was named on 21.5% of the ballots cast by tenure members of the Baseball Writers Association of America. This fell short of the 75% requirement for induction, but surpassed the 5% threshold for continued eligibility on future BBWAA ballots. Over the next 4 elections, McGriff's vote percentage ranged from a high of 23.9%, 137 votes, in 2012 to a low of 11.7%, 67 votes, in 2014. He remained eligible through 2019, when his time on the ballot expired after 10 unsuccessful appearances. On his final ballot, McGriff achieved his highest vote total ever of 39.8%, 169 votes, still short of the necessary 75%. On December 4, 2022, it was announced that McGriff was unanimously elected by the Contemporary Era Committee to the Baseball Hall of Fame. McGriff and Scott Rowland were formally inducted into the Hall of Fame on July 23, 2023. During the press conference for his acceptance into the Baseball Hall of Fame, McGriff highlighted going to the Dominican Republic to play winter baseball just before and after his major league debut with the Blue Jays in 1986. It was the best thing I ever did because I got a chance to get extra at-bats. In that winter ball, they take things very seriously. And you were facing Jose Rijo, Mario Soto, great pitchers, he said. He went on to encourage players who are starting their careers to play there. Personal life. McGriff married Veronica in 1988. The couple raised 2 children. McGriff lived in a custom-built home in Tampa from the mid-1990s to 2019, when it was sold. McGriff's father, Earl, died of cancer in November 1999. His mother died in 2017. McGriff appeared in commercials for Tom Emanski's Baseball Fundamentals training videos in 1991. The commercials ran for over a decade on ESPN, making them the longest-running sports infomercial on television. Well, that is another player profile. Hope you enjoyed. If you have any thoughts about Fred McGriff, let me know in the comments. I would like to read them. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. So as always, till next time, keep on collecting. Bye.
Hello, Autograph Fisherman here, and I have another player profile for you. Today it is Matt Ravlich, born July 12, 1938. Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Canada. Height 5 feet 10 inches, 178 centimeters. Weight 185 pounds, 84 kilograms, 13 stone 3 pounds. Position defense. Shot left. Played for Boston Bruins, Detroit Red Wings, Chicago Blackhawks, Los Angeles Kings. Playing career 1954 to 1974. In 410 games, he scored 12 goals, 78 assists, 90 points, and 364 penalty minutes. In 24 playoff games, he scored 1 goal, 5 assists, 6 points, and 16 penalty minutes. Matthew Joseph Ravlich, born July 12, 1938, is a Canadian retired ice hockey defenseman. He played in the National Hockey League for 4 teams between 1962 and 1972. Playing career. Ravlich started his National Hockey League career with the Boston Bruins. He also played with the Detroit Red Wings, Chicago Blackhawks, and Los Angeles Kings. His career lasted from 1962 to 1972. So that is another player profile. Hope you enjoyed. If you have any thoughts about Matt Ravlich, let me know in the comments. I would like to read them. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. As always, until next time, keep on collecting. Bye.
Hello, Autograph Fisherman here, and I have a profile video for you. Today it is Jeremy Roenick, inducted into the Hall of Fame 2024. Born January 17, 1970. Boston, Massachusetts, U.S. Height 6 feet 1 inch, 185 centimeters. Weight 201 pounds, 91 kilograms, 14 stone 5 pounds. Position center. Shot right. Played for Chicago Blackhawks, Kone, Phoenix Coyotes, Philadelphia Flyers, Los Angeles Kings, San Jose Sharks, National Team United States, NHL Draft 8th overall, 1988, Chicago Blackhawks, playing career 1988 to 2009. Jeremy Schaefer Roenick, born January 17, 1970, is an American former professional ice hockey player who played the majority of his career in the National Hockey League. He was drafted 8th overall in the 1988 NHL entry draft by the Chicago Blackhawks, for whom he played from 1988 to 1996. Roenick subsequently played for the Phoenix Coyotes, Philadelphia Flyers, Los Angeles Kings and San Jose Sharks over the course of his 20-season career in the league. He also represented Team USA in several international tournaments. On November 10, 2007, he became the third American-born player. Joe Mullen and Mike Modano were the first two to score 500 goals. He is one of 46 players to have scored 500 goals. After retiring in 2009, Roenick joined NBC Sports as a hockey analyst from 2010 to 2020. Roenick was inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame in 2024. Playing career. Amateur career. Roenick began playing hockey at age 4 when the parents of a playmate persuaded Roenick's parents to put Jeremy in a hockey program so that their child would be with someone he knew. The son of a Mobil Oil district coordinator, Jeremy constantly moved around the northeastern United States, joining new hockey teams with each stop. As a youth, Roenick played in the 1982 Quebec International Pee Wee Hockey Tournament with a minor ice hockey team from Middlesex County, Connecticut, and in the 1983 tournament with the Washington Capitals minor ice hockey team. Roenick then moved to Fairfax, Virginia, where he traveled to play for the bantam-level New Jersey Rockets, who had won back-to-back national championships in 1984-85 and 1985-86. At age 14, Roenick was required to take a flight from Dulles Airport to Newark, New Jersey, on a weekly basis to make the Rockets games. Roenick helped the Rockets to a state championship, registering 300 points in only 75 games. After 1 year of traveling for hockey, the Roenick family would move back to Massachusetts, where Jeremy enrolled at Thayer Academy. Roenick played on the same line as future NHL line-mate Tony Amonte. The two went on to win 2 league championships. Roenick was so impressive during his time at Thayer Academy, he was drafted straight out of high school, going 8th overall in the 1988 NHL entry draft to the Chicago Blackhawks. He was also taken to breakfast by Wayne Gretzky in an attempt to convince Roenick to play for the Hull Olympiques, a Quebec Major Junior Hockey League team Gretzky owned. Roenick played for the Olympiques during the 1988-89 season, scoring 70 points in 28 games, before going on to represent the United States at the 1989 World Junior Championship. In his second World Junior Championship, Roenick led the tournament in scoring and was named a Tournament All-Star. Roenick's line, which included future NHL players Mike Modano and John LeClair, totaled 41 points, the most ever by a Team USA line and 6th most in tournament history. Despite his scoring success, the United States finished the tournament in 5th place. During the tournament, Roenick became the all-time leading American scorer, totaling 25 points. Roenick's record stood for 21 years before being broken by Jordan Schroeder in 2010. However, it took Schroeder 3 tournaments to pass Roenick, who set the record in just 2 events. Following Roenick's successful World Junior performance, the Blackhawks called him up during the 1988-89 season. Chicago Blackhawks, 1988-1996. Roenick made his NHL debut on October 6, 1988, against the New York Rangers and then scored his first goal on February 14, 1989, against the Minnesota North Stars. In 20 games at the NHL level, Roenick scored 18 points. In the 1989 Stanley Cup playoffs, he helped the Blackhawks reach the conference finals. During the playoffs, Roenick gave the Chicago fans a glimpse of what kind of player he would become. In a game against the St. Louis Blues, Roenick got into an altercation with Blues defenseman Glenn Featherstone. Featherstone cross-checked Roenick in the mouth and broke his front teeth. Featherstone would be given a 5-minute major penalty, while Roenick received a minor penalty. Roenick remained in the game, and once his penalty expired, he took a shift on the power play and scored a goal. In the 1989-90 season, Roenick joined the Blackhawks full-time and helped the team improve by 22 points to win the Norris Division title. He scored 26 goals and 66 points in the regular season. During the 1990 playoffs, Roenick helped the Blackhawks reach the Campbell Conference Finals before losing to the Edmonton Oilers. He scored 18 points in 20 games. The Blackhawks' confidence in Roenick's abilities allowed them to trade star forward Denis Savard for defenseman Chris Chelios in June 1990. In 1990-91, Roenick paced the team with 10 game-winning goals as the Blackhawks improved another 18 points to win the President's Trophy. Roenick finished second on the team with 41 goals, 53 assists and 94 points and played in his first NHL All-Star game. In 6 playoff games he scored 8 points. The following year, Roenick led the team with 53 goals, 50 assists and 103 points and played in his second All-Star game. While the team dropped to second in the Norris Division during the regular season, they marched all the way to the 1992 Stanley Cup Finals in the playoffs. Roenick scored 22 points in 18 games as the team captured the Clarence S. Campbell Bowl over Edmonton before getting swept by the Pittsburgh Penguins in the final round. In 1992-93, Roenick led the Blackhawks with 50 goals, 107 points and 22 power play goals as the team improved 19 points to win their third Norris Division title in 4 years, 47 wins, 106 points. During the season, Roenick played in his third All-Star game. In the playoffs, he scored 3 points in 4 games as the Blackhawks were swept by the St. Louis Blues. At year's end, he ranked 10th on the Hockey News Top 25 players list. In 1993-94, Roenick again led his team with 46 goals, a career-high 61 assists, 107 points, a career-high 24 power play goals, 5 shorthanded goals and a plus 21 plus-minus rating as the Blackhawks fell back 19 points in the standings. He also played in his 4th mid-season All-Star game. In the postseason, he scored 7 points in 6 playoff games. At year's end, he ranked 10th on the Hockey News Top 40 players list. He also won the Chicago Sports Profile's Humanitarian of the Year award. In the lockout-shortened 1994-95 season, Roenick scored 34 points in 33 games. He missed 15 games with a bruised tibia. He played 8 games in the 1995 playoffs as the Blackhawks reached the Western Conference Final, where they fell to the Detroit Red Wings. In 1995-96, Roenick scored 67 points in 66 games before missing the last 11 games with a sprained ankle. At year's end, he was the team's leader with 32 goals. Phoenix Coyotes, 1996-2001. On August 16, 1996, Roenick was traded to the Phoenix Coyotes in exchange for Alexei Zamnov, Craig Mills and a first-round draft pick, Ty Jones. As the number 27 he wore in Chicago was already worn by, and would eventually be retired for, Teppo Numminen, Roenick chose number 97, becoming the first player in NHL history to wear number 97. In his first season with his new team, Roenick scored 29 goals and 69 points. In 1997-98, he finished second on the team with 56 points. In 1998-99, he led the Coyotes with 72 points and played in his 5th All-Star game while also knocking 154 hits. In 1999-2000, Roenick again led the Coyotes in scoring, this time racking up 34 goals and 44 assists for 78 points. He tallied 125 hits on the season and played in his 6th All-Star game. In 2001, Roenick led the Coyotes with 30 goals and 76 points. He played 80 games and registered 133 hits. Philadelphia Flyers, 2001-2005. On July 2, 2001, Roenick signed a 5-year contract with the Philadelphia Flyers. In his first season with the Flyers, he won both the Bobby Clarke Trophy, MVP, and Yannick Dupré Memorial, Class Guy, team awards. He led the team with 46 assists, 67 points and a plus 32 plus-minus rating as the Flyers won the Atlantic Division title. On January 30th, he scored his 1,000th NHL point in a game against the Ottawa Senators. 3 nights later, he played in the mid-season All-Star game. In the 2002 playoffs, Roenick played 5 games in an opening round loss to the Senators. In 2002-03, Roenick led the Flyers with 27 goals and 59 points as the team won 45 games and finished second in the Atlantic Division. He also co-led the Flyers with 32 assists and 8 power play goals. On November 16th, Roenick played in his 1,000th NHL game. In February, he played in the mid-season All-Star game. In the 2003 playoffs, he scored 8 points in 13 games as the Flyers reached the second round before again losing to the Ottawa Senators. On February 12, 2004, During a game against the New York Rangers, Roenick was hit in the face by an errant slap shot from the Rangers' defenseman Boris Mironov. The force of the shot broke Roenick's jaw in 19 places, 16, and knocked him unconscious for several minutes as he lay on the ice in a pool of blood. Roenick suffered his 9th concussion on the play, and there was concern that he had suffered damage to his brain's circulatory system, in addition to the broken jaw, leading him to consider retirement. However, further testing revealed no circulatory damage and Roenick returned ahead of schedule, after missing more than a month of hockey due to the concussion and broken jaw, with less than 2 weeks left in the season. In 2003-04, Roenick was limited to 62 games, but still scored 47 points as the Flyers won their 3rd division title in 5 years. He finished second on the team with a .76 points per game average. In the 2004 playoffs, Roenick helped the Flyers reach the Eastern Conference Finals, scoring 4 goals and 13 points, including the series-clinching overtime goal in Game 6 of the second-round series against the Toronto Maple Leafs. The Flyers, however, lost in the Eastern Conference Finals in 7 games to the eventual Stanley Cup champions, the Tampa Bay Lightning. Los Angeles Kings, 2005-2006. Roenick with the Kings, left, next to Paul Kariya. Following the NHL lockout, the Flyers surprised everyone by signing Peter Forsberg on August 3, 2005. In order to clear salary cap space for Forsberg's contract, Roenick was traded the next day to the Los Angeles Kings. Roenick's 2005-06 season with the Kings was greatly disappointing, both for Roenick and for the team. He managed just 22 points in 58 games, his lowest total since he scored 18 points in 20 games in his rookie season. It was a trying season for Roenick, who missed time due to a broken finger suffered while blocking a shot during a penalty kill, played games late in the season after suffering a chip fracture in his right ankle, and the concussion suffered from the slap shot had changed Roenick's game, making him a tentative player. Roenick was displeased with his performances, stating in an almost apologetic way, "I went to LA to finish off the last year of my contract and had a year off playing lockout, and it was a really difficult year for me. It was hard mentally. A lot of people don't realize that for 6 months I had a lot of problems with the concussions and battling the jaw injury." Becoming a free agent at the end of his first season in Los Angeles, he expressed strong interest in joining a Canadian team. "It was a nightmare season from hell last year," Roenick said. "I've always said I would like to play in Canada before my career is over." Return to Phoenix Coyotes, 2006-2007. Instead, Roenick signed a 1-year, $1.2 million contract on July 4, 2006 that brought him back to the Phoenix Coyotes. In Phoenix for his second tenure, he scored 28 points in 70 games, a relatively low-scoring season for him. His second stint in Phoenix was not without its share of off-ice issues as well. On December 12, 2006, Roenick left General Motors Place in Vancouver after finding out he had been scratched from the game's lineup against the Vancouver Canucks. Roenick went on record saying he left the arena to go to a restaurant for what he called a nice dinner. At the heart of the problem was that Roenick felt that he was healthy enough to play in the game following a back injury, while Coyotes head coach Wayne Gretzky felt he needed more time to recover. Roenick's antics led to him being benched again in the Coyotes' next game. The next time Roenick was scratched, he was more accepting of Gretzky's decision, stating a different mindset following the news that his daughter, Brandy, had been diagnosed with the kidney ailment IgA nephropathy. San Jose Sharks, 2007-2009. Roenick with the Sharks in April 2008. After his low-scoring campaign in Phoenix, there was speculation Roenick would retire. Indeed, on July 4, 2007, the Philadelphia Inquirer reported Roenick sent them a text message announcing his retirement from the NHL. However, later that month, Roenick's agent, Neil Abbott, released a statement indicating the text message retirement announcement by the Philadelphia newspaper had been premature and that Roenick would be making a decision on his future within the next month. On September 4, 2007, it was confirmed Roenick had signed a 1-year, $500,000 contract with the San Jose Sharks to fill the role of checking line center. Roenick credited Sharks general manager Doug Wilson, his former roommate when they played together in Chicago, with giving him another chance at hockey. 1 month into his first season with San Jose, On November 10, Roenick scored his 500th goal, coming against his former team, the Phoenix Coyotes, an unassisted mark from center ice that bounced off the end boards, then hitting the side of the net. Goaltender Alex Auld attempted to clear the puck out of the crease from the side of the goal mouth, but accidentally bumped the puck off the heel of his goalie's stick into the net. Roenick became the third American-born player to reach the 500-goal plateau, joining Mike Modano and Joe Mullen. On January 10, 2008, Roenick scored his 503rd goal against the Vancouver Canucks, passing Joe Mullen for second in all-time scoring by American-born players. As the Sharks entered the 2008 playoffs against the Calgary Flames, Roenick displayed an inspired Game 7 performance, scoring 2 goals and 2 assists to eliminate Calgary. However, after advancing to the second round to face Mike Modano and the Dallas Stars in the second round, the Sharks were eliminated in 6 games. Roenick also finished the season with 10 game-winning goals. On June 25, 2008, Roenick re-signed with the Sharks to a 1-year, $1.1 million contract, doubling his previous year's salary. On February 21, 2009, Roenick recorded his 700th career assist against the Atlanta Thrashers by setting up a goal by Jonathan Cheechoo. 35, he is the 48th player in NHL history and the 6th American-born player to reach that threshold. Retirement. On August 6, 2009, Roenick announced his retirement from the NHL and professional hockey. Roenick finished his career having scored 513 goals and 703 assists in 1,363 games for a total of 1,216 points. He was inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame on November 11, 2024. Personality. Roenick was known for giving back to the fans. Whether it was signing autographs for fans by the player's entrance or who came up to him on the street, Roenick regularly attempted to establish good rapport with the fans. For Roenick, it was an understanding of what it meant to be the fan on the other side. As a child, he attended Hartford Whalers games. During one visit, hockey legend Gordie Howe picked up a pile of snow off the ice and threw it over the glass and on top of Roenick's head. Howe then continued to skate around but looked at Roenick again and winked. Roenick recalled what a lasting effect it had on him, noting, "I thought that was the coolest thing that ever happened in my whole life. It took 3 seconds. It was me, Gordie Howe, and no one else. That moment stuck with me for years and years and years. It was little, it was small, and it took nothing out of his power or time, but it resonated with me my whole life. So, as a player, as I got older, I tried to reach out to fans, reach out to kids whether on the ice or on the street or in a restaurant. I try to do little things where I can make the same impression on a young child that Gordie Howe made on me. That's a gift that was given to me. And I made sure I did it every single day. Without the fans, without their support, the NHL would be nothing, the NFL would be nothing, basketball, baseball, you name it right down the line. The 2 or 3 seconds you give each day to make sure you appreciate the people who appreciate you goes a long way." Even with his giving back to the fans, Roenick was better known for his mouth, always willing to speak his mind. He was always a popular interview for reporters, one of a few players who spoke from the heart and never shied away from taking on the heads of the game, whether it was the NHL commissioner or the leadership of the National Hockey League Players Association. It was Roenick's willingness to talk that got him into a famous trade of quotations in 1996. In the 1996 Western Conference semifinals between the Colorado Avalanche and the Chicago Blackhawks, after a controversial game in which Roenick was tripped on a breakaway and no penalty shot was called, Patrick Roy said, "I would have saved it anyway." Roenick responded in another interview, "I'd like to know where Patrick was in Game 3, a game in which Roenick had scored on Patrick Roy on a similar breakaway, probably up trying to get his jock out of the rafters." When later asked about Roenick's comments, Roy retorted, "I cannot really hear what Jeremy says because I've got my 2 Stanley Cup rings plugging my ears." Controversies. Roenick's openness has often led to controversy. During the 2004-05 NHL lockout, he addressed certain fans that perceive NHL players as being spoiled. Roenick told these fans to kiss my ass and accused them of being jealous. He stated further he would prefer that those fans who shared that perception no longer attend NHL games or watch them on television. Afterwards, Roenick felt his remarks had been taken out of context by ESPN. Following the loss of the 2004 E05 season to a labor dispute, Roenick found himself at odds with the Philadelphia Flyers. He claimed to be suffering from a concussion despite the Flyers' doctors having cleared him following his exit physical. Under the terms of the NHL collective bargaining agreement, injured players from the previous season were still to be paid during the lockout. Roenick's contract was for $7.5 million in 2004-05. After several trips to different doctors, the Flyers and Roenick finally settled on a payment between $1.09 million and $1.5 million for games he would have missed due to post-concussion syndrome if there had been no lockout. Roenick was suspended for one game during the 2003-04 season for throwing a water bottle at an official. Roenick's penchant for stirring controversy also saw him claiming in 2006 that USA Hockey has blackballed him and was being disrespectful by not including him on the American national team at the 2006 Winter Olympics in Turin. He claimed, "I'm a lot better player than my points indicate." He had 6 goals and 7 assists in 32 games when he made that comment. In May 2009, Roenick claimed Chris Chelios, then a member of the Detroit Red Wings, was receiving less playing time because Mike Babcock, Detroit's head coach, was biased against American players. Chelios and Babcock dismissed the allegations, stating there was no tension between them. Roenick returned to questioning American Olympic selections prior to the 2010 Winter Olympics in Vancouver. During an interview with Toronto-based radio station AM 640, Roenick publicly questioned the selection of Chris Drury to the Olympic team. Roenick felt Drury was not as good for the team as Scott Gomez or TJ Oshie, who were not selected, in terms of on-ice play. Roenick also felt Drury's main role was to be a leader to the young Americans and that Mike Modano was a better choice to fill that role for the Olympic team. Drury scored a key goal in the team in the U.S. win over Canada during the preliminary round, and Roenick later issued a public apology to Drury. On February 8, 2006, the Star-Ledger reported Roenick had been identified as one of several NHL players implicated in Operation Slapshot, an operation created with the intent to uncover a nationwide gambling ring. Other notable names involved in this investigation are former Phoenix Coyotes assistant coach and former Tampa Bay Lightning head coach Rick Tocchet, and the wife of Wayne Gretzky, Janet Jones. Roenick was required to provide an affidavit to the New Jersey authorities for allegedly placing bets. It was the second time Roenick had been investigated for his gambling. In 2004, Roenick came under investigation after paying a Florida sports gambling operation between $50,000 and $100,000 for betting tips and services. However, at the time, the NHL did not prohibit players from betting on sports other than hockey, and Roenick stated he stopped gambling after a warning from Philadelphia Flyers general manager Bobby Clarke. On January 25, 2017, Roenick was arrested in New York after police discovered he was driving with a suspended license during a routine traffic stop. Roenick claimed New York's Department of Motor Vehicles was sending mail to an address he had not lived at since 1989. He commented on the experience stating, "I'm out $750. Not only my time. Plus I got arrested. Plus I sat in a jail cell with cokeheads. Plus I sat in the courtroom with real criminals. I've never been arrested before in my life." On December 23, 2019, NBC suspended Roenick indefinitely for making inappropriate comments about co-workers Catherine Tappan, Patrick Sharp, and Anson Carter during an interview on the Spittin' Chiclets podcast. The comments included joking about having a threesome with Tappan. NBC fired Roenick after his suspension ended in February 2020. In July 2020, Roenick filed a lawsuit against NBC Sports for wrongful termination, arguing that he was discriminated against as a straight, white man and as a supporter of President Donald Trump. The lawsuit alleged that NBC Sports had committed a contractual breach by firing him without a proper cause and by not providing Roenick a reasonable opportunity to address the incident. Media. On April 11, 2007, Roenick made his debut as a Stanley Cup playoffs hockey analyst on TSN, a cable sports broadcast network in Canada. In 2007, Roenick also co-hosted 2 episodes of the Best Damn Sports Show, which aired on Fox Sports Net. It is unclear if this role would have become a permanent role had Roenick not signed with the San Jose Sharks. In October 2009, TSN's Off the Record announced an agreement that has Roenick appearing on the show as a regular contributor. Roenick's recurring segment has been named OJR, with Jeremy Roenick. Roenick joined NBC Sports Group in 2010 and serves as a studio analyst for NBC Sports Group's NHL coverage on NHL Live and NHL Overtime, NBCSN's pre- and post-game shows alongside studio host Catherine Tappan. In addition to his regular role on NHL Live, Roenick has served as a men's and women's Olympic hockey analyst at the past 3 Winter Olympics. As an analyst for the NBC family of networks coverage of the 2010 Winter Olympics, in Vancouver he acted as the counterpart for Mike Milbury. In the post-game show of the Canada-Russia quarterfinal, Milbury said Russia brought their Eurotrash game. Co-host Bill Patrick asked Milbury, "Did you really say Eurotrash? Did that come out of your mouth?" Roenick's face showed his surprise as he said, I heard it. Roenick was also an analyst for NBC during the 2010 Stanley Cup Finals, where, after his 2 former teams the Chicago Blackhawks and Philadelphia Flyers battled for the Stanley Cup, he became overwhelmed emotionally, barely holding back tears and addressing the victorious Blackhawks organization and their fans by saying, "For the kid who was there in 1992 who was crying when I came off the ice and after we lost Game 4 at Chicago Stadium, you waited 18 years. I hope you have a big smile on your face. Congratulations." When pressed further about his emotional state, Roenick appeared to have trouble putting his emotions into words and simply replied, "I'm proud, I'm happy. I'm proud." In September 2010, it was announced Roenick would become a regular judge on the 2nd season of CBC's reality program Battle of the Blades, which pairs ex-NHL players with professional female figure skaters to compete in a pairs figure skating competition. Roenick also gained pop culture notoriety when Vince Vaughn referenced him in the 1996 film Swingers. While Vaughn's character plays a hockey video game in the movie, he says to his opponent, "You know, it's not so much me as Roenick, he's good." IGN would rank Roenick as the 4th greatest athlete in video game history in 2012. When asked about if he had ever talked to Vaughn about the line in the film, Roenick said, "Yeah, he was actually a big fan of mine because he used to watch the games. He told me he put me in that movie totally out of respect. And everything he does, he tries to involve me with it. In Wedding Crashers, his fake name was Jeremy in the movie. That was pretty cool. He's a big fan of mine and a great dude. Great guy." Roenick has made acting appearances on television shows as well, including a cameo appearance on an episode of Go On NBC on September 25, 2012. He has also appeared in an episode of Leverage, an episode of Ghost Whisperer, 2 episodes of Hack and 2 episodes of HBO's Arliss. In 2016, Roenick made a guest appearance in the penultimate season of the Fox crime drama Bones, in the episode The Head in the Abutment. While with the Philadelphia Flyers, Roenick lived in Morristown, New Jersey. Roenick and his wife Tracy have 2 children, daughter Brandy and son Brett. They live in Scottsdale, Arizona. Tracy Roenick is an avid equestrian rider, owner and trainer who earned a spot on the United States Equestrian Team Long List in 2001. Roenick is a Republican. In 2016, he voiced his support for presidential candidate Donald Trump in an interview with Philadelphia radio station WIP-FM, though he said he had initially supported Florida Senator Marco Rubio's campaign. Roenick's nephew, Chris Kalnin, was selected 79th overall by the Chicago Blackhawks in the 2012 NHL entry draft. Awards and achievements. QMJHL's second All-Star Team, 1989. 1989 World Junior Ice Hockey Championships, Tournament All-Star. 1989 World Junior Ice Hockey Championships, Leading Scorer. Played in 9 NHL All-Star Games, 1991, 1992, 1993, 1994, 1999, 2000, 2002, 2003, 2004. 1991 Canada Cup, All-Tournament Team. NHL Skills Competition Record for Shooting Accuracy, 2004. 4 for 4, shared with Ray Bourque, Mark Messier, Tomas Kaberle, Yevgeny Malkin, Daniel Sedin and Danny Heatley. 500th career goal, November 10, 2007, against the Phoenix Coyotes, third American-born player to do so. Fourth in IGN's The Top 10 Athletes in Video Games. Second all-time American point producer in World Junior Championship history, Jordan Schroeder surpassed his number 1 point total in 2010. Well, that is another player profile. Hope you enjoyed. If you have any thoughts about Jeremy Roenick, let me know in the comments. I would like to read them. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. As always, until next time, keep on collecting. Bye.
Hello, Autograph Fisherman here, and I have a player profile for you. Today it is Terry Ruskowski. Born December 31, 1954. Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, Canada. Height 5 feet 9 inches, 175 centimeters. Weight 168 pounds, 76 kilograms, 12 stone 0 pounds. Position center. Shot left. Played for Houston Aeros, Winnipeg Jets, Chicago Blackhawks, Los Angeles Kings, Pittsburgh Penguins, Minnesota North Stars. NHL Draft 70th overall, 1974. Chicago Blackhawks. WHA Draft 30th overall, 1974. Houston Aeros. Playing career 1974 to 1989. In 369 WHA career games he scored 83 goals, 254 assists, 337 points and 761 penalty minutes. In 52 WHA playoff games he scored 18 goals, 36 assists, 54 points and 174 penalty minutes. And in 630 career NHL game he scored 113 goals, 313 assists, 426 points and 1,354 penalty minutes. In 21 NHL playoff games he scored 1 goal, 6 assists, 7 points and 86 penalty minutes. Terry W. Ruskowski, born December 31, 1954, is a Canadian former professional ice hockey center and coach. He played for the Chicago Blackhawks, Los Angeles Kings, Pittsburgh Penguins and Minnesota North Stars in the National Hockey League, and for the Houston Aeros and Winnipeg Jets of the World Hockey Association. Ruskowski's leadership on the ice was recognized with his tenure as captain of the Aeros, Blackhawks, Kings and Penguins, the only player in major professional history to captain 4 clubs. As a coach, Ruskowski was most recently the head coach and general manager for the Quad City Mallards of the ESL. Coaching career. In 2001, Ruskowski was named the head coach of the Laredo Bucks in Laredo, Texas, of the Central Hockey League. On March 18, 2009 he secured his 500th coaching win, as the Bucks defeated the Texas Brahmas of Fort Worth, 4-3 in the Southern Conference playoffs. In 2007, Ruskowski entered the final year of a 4-year contract extension with the Bucks. Ruskowski told the Laredo Morning Times that his tenure was in the hands of Bucks chairman Glenn Hart, owner Julian Kiki Doyala, and team president John Beckelheimer, and that he had full faith that he will obtain his 3rd contract with the club. He was shortly thereafter given a lifetime contract as the coach of the Bucks. In May 2011, Ruskowski announced his resignation after 10 years as the coach of the Bucks. Ruskowski had compiled a 343-175-56 overall record in Laredo and was the SEAL Coach of the Year during the 2005-06 season. A year after Ruskowski's departure from the Bucks, the team, citing declining attendance and revenue reversals, disbanded. Ruskowski became the head coach and general manager of the Quad City Mallards in the ESL in the 2013-14 season. On January 20, 2017 he was relieved of his duties. Honors. In 2010, Ruskowski was elected as an inaugural inductee into the World Hockey Association Hall of Fame. Personal life. Born in Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, Ruskowski began his junior hockey career in Humboldt, Saskatchewan in the Saskatchewan Junior Hockey League in 1970-71, playing for the Humboldt Broncos. His leadership ability at age 16 was evident, as was his ability and toughness. He helped to propel the Broncos to the league final that year. From 1971 to 1974, Ruskowski played for the Swift Current Broncos, where he became captain in his second and third year and helped to lead the team until it lost in the semifinals in 1974. As well, he still holds the team record for most assists in one year, 93 assists in 1973-74. He could be expected to stick up for his teammates, a situation which led to many fighting penalties each year. Ruskowski is married and has 2 daughters. So that is another player profile I hope you enjoyed. If you have any thoughts about Terry Ruskowski, let me know in the comments. I would like to read them. So please remember to like, share and subscribe. As always, until next time, keep on collecting. Bye.
Hello, Autograph Fisherman here, and I have a profile video for you. Today it is Kevin Romine, right fielder. Born May 23, 1961. Exeter, New Hampshire, U.S. Batted right. Through right. MLB debut. September 7, 1985 for the Boston Red Sox. Last MLB appearance. August 4, 1991 for the Boston Red Sox. MLB statistics. Batting average .251. Home runs 5. Runs batted in 55. Boston Red Sox, 1985 to 1991. Kevin Andrew Romine, born May 23, 1961, is an American former utility outfielder in Major League Baseball who played for the Boston Red Sox throughout his career, 1985 to 1991. Biography. Romine attended Fountain Valley High School in Fountain Valley, California, where he played football and baseball. He turned down offers to play college football at Long Beach State and Cal State Fullerton in favor of beginning his college baseball career at Orange Coast College. A New Hampshire native, Romine batted and threw right-handed. Through attending Fountain Valley High School, he had an All-American career at Arizona State University, after which he was selected in the second round of the Major League Baseball amateur draft by the Boston Red Sox and subsequently played 6 seasons in Boston. On July 16, 1988, Romine connected off the Kansas City Royals' Steve Farr in the bottom of the 9th for a 7-6 Red Sox victory. Romine accomplished the same feat on July 2, 1990, when he blasted a 9th-inning game-winning home run off the Texas Rangers' Kenny Rogers. In 1989, Romine set a career high in games, filling in for outfielders Dwight Evans and Ellis Burks, batting .274. On July 2, 1989, Romine went 5 for 5 against the Toronto Blue Jays. The final home run of his career on May 5, 1991, off the Chicago White Sox' Alex Fernandez, was a grand slam. He was released in the middle of the 1991 season after batting .164. His career stats included a .251 batting average with 5 home runs and 55 RBIs. He had 30 doubles and 1 triple in 630 career at-bats. Personal. Romine's 2 sons have both made it to the major leagues, Andrew and Austin. After his retirement from baseball, Romine became a police detective in the Los Angeles Police Department, where he served for 21 years before retiring in 2016 at the rank of Detective 2. So that is another player profile. Hope you enjoyed. If you have any thoughts about Kevin Romine, let me know in the comments. I would like to read them. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. As always, until next time, keep on collecting. Bye.
Hello, Autograph Fisherman here, and I have a profile video for you. Today it's an oldie Howie Morenz. Hockey Hall of Fame, 1945. Born September 21st, 1902. Mitchell, Ontario, Canada. Died March 8th, 1937, aged 34. Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Height 5 feet 9 inches, 175 centimeters. Weight 165 pounds, 75 kilograms, 11 stone 11 pounds. Position center. Shot left. Played for Montreal Canadiens. Chicago Blackhawks. New York Rangers. Playing career 1923 to 1937. Howard William Morenz, September 21st, 1902 to March 8th, 1937, was a Canadian professional ice hockey player. Beginning in 1923, he played center for 3 National Hockey League teams. the Montreal Canadiens in 2 stints, the Chicago Blackhawks, and the New York Rangers. Before joining the NHL, Morenz excelled in the Junior Ontario Hockey Association, where his team played for the Memorial Cup, the championship for junior ice hockey in Canada. In the NHL, he was one of the most dominant players in the league and set several league scoring records. A strong skater, Morenz was referred to as the Stratford Streak and Mitchell Meteor in reference to his speed on the ice. Considered one of the first stars of the NHL, Morenz played 14 seasons in the league. He was a member of a Stanley Cup, winning team 3 times, all with the Canadiens. During his NHL career, he placed in the top 10 leading scorers 10 times. For 7 straight seasons, Morenz led the Canadiens in both goals scored and points. He was named the winner of the Hart Trophy as the most valuable player of the league 3 times, and he led the league once in goals scored and twice in points scored. After the introduction of All-Star teams in 1931, he was named to the NHL First All-Star Team twice and the NHL Second All-Star Team once. Morenz died from complications of a broken leg, an injury he suffered in a game. After his death, the Canadiens retired his jersey number, the first time the team had done so for any player. When the Hockey Hall of Fame opened in 1945, Morenz was one of the original 9 inductees. In 1950, the Canadian press named him the best ice hockey player of the first half of the 20th century, and in 2017 the NHL included him on their list of the 100 greatest players in league history. Personal life. Born in Mitchell, Ontario to William Frederick Morenz and Rosina, Rose, Paulie, Howie Morenz had 3 sisters, Frida, Irma and Gertrude, and 2 brothers, Wilfred and Ezra. Morenz learned his hockey by playing shinny on the Thames River. At the age of 8, he played his first organised game as a goaltender, where he allowed 21 goals in a game. After that game, a coach switched Morenz to rover. Starting the 1916-17 junior season as a goaltender, Morenz became a forward when it became apparent his speed was much more suitable for an offensive role, and he helped the Mitchell Ice hockey team win the Western Ontario Junior Championship. After the Morenz family moved to the nearby community of Stratford in May 1917, Morenz tried enlisting in the Canadian military, but was refused when recruiters learned he was only 15 years old. At the age of 18, Morenz became an apprentice with the Canadian National Railways factory in Stratford. When not playing hockey, Morenz bet avidly on horse races and played the ukulele. In 1926, he married Mary Mackay. Together, they had 3 children. Howie Jr. in 1927, died in 2015. Donald in 1933, died in 1939. And Marlene in 1934, died March 2, 2018. Marlene later married Bernie Jeffrian, who played for both the Canadiens and Rangers from 1950 to 1968. Their son, Morenz's grandson Dan, played for the Canadiens in 1979 to 80. Dan's son, Blake, played with the University of Wisconsin and won the Hobey Baker Award as Best Collegiate Player in 2010. Selected in the 2006 NHL entry draft by the Nashville Predators, he made his debut with the Predators in 2011, becoming the first 4th-generation NHL player. Blake was traded to Montreal in 2012, meaning that all 4 generations of the Morenz-Jeffrian family have played within the Canadiens organization. Playing career. Early career. In 1920, Morenz joined the Stratford Midgets junior team, under 20 years old, leading the Ontario Hockey Association in assists and points during the 1920-21 regular season, and goals, assists and points in the playoffs. The Midgets won the league title and played in the 1921 Memorial Cup against the Winnipeg Falcons. While Morenz scored a hat trick, 3 goals. In the second game in the series, the Midgets lost the total goals series 11-9. His performance in the Memorial Cup tournament earned him an invitation to play for the Stratford Indians, a senior league team, for the 1921-22 season. While he joined the Indians, he continued to play for the juniors as well. During the playoffs, he led both leagues in goals, assists, and points, and he also led the senior league in penalty minutes. Playing exclusively in the senior league in the 1922-23 season, he led it in regular season assists, playoff goals, points, and penalty minutes. During a CNR hockey tournament held in December 1922 in Montreal, Morenz scored 9 goals in a game for Stratford. A friend of Leo Dandurand, the owner of the Montreal Canadiens of the National Hockey League, refereed the game and told Dandurand how good Morenz was. Dan Durand went to Stratford in January 1923 to watch Morenz play, and decided he wanted to sign him to the Canadiens. In April he met with William Morenz, because at the age of 20, Howie was still legally a minor. William told Dan Durand that he wanted Howie to finish his apprenticeship at the CNR factory, which would take another 2 years. However, in July Dan Durand learned that Morenz and his father had been in contact with the Toronto St. Patricks, a rival team in the NHL. Fearing that Morenz would sign in Toronto, Dan Durand sent his friend, Cecil Hart, to Stratford with instructions to sign Morenz at any cost. On July 7, 1923, Morenz signed a contract with the Canadiens for 3 years with a salary of $3,500 per year and a $1,000 signing bonus, a considerable amount for a first-year professional. Right after signing the contract with the Canadiens, Morenz began to reconsider joining them. Stratford residents, as well as his senior team, wanted him to stay, and Morenz yielded to the pressure. He wrote a letter in August to Dan Durand, explaining that he could not leave Stratford, and included the check given to him as a signing bonus. 16. After receiving the letter, Dan Durand phoned Morenz and told him to come to Montreal to talk in person. In Montreal, Morenz began explaining his reasons for not signing to Dan Durand, but began crying and could not finish. In response, Dan Durand falsely threatened that if Morenz did not join the Canadiens, his professional hockey career would be over. Hearing this, Morenz relented and agreed to report to the Canadiens training camp later in the year. Montreal Canadiens, 1923-34. On December 3, 1923, Morenz arrived at his first Canadiens training camp and quickly impressed his new teammates. He made his NHL debut on December 26, 1923, in Ottawa against the Ottawa Senators, scoring a goal. At the conclusion of the 1923-24 season, Morenz's first in the NHL, he finished with 13 goals and 3 assists in 24 games. Finishing first in the league for the first time in 5 years, the Canadiens faced the Senators in the playoffs for the NHL Championship. In the first game of the 2-game, total goals series, Morenz scored the only goal and added another goal in the second game as the Canadiens won the series, 5-2. As the champions of the NHL, the Canadiens played 2 teams from Western Canada for the Stanley Cup. They defeated the Vancouver Maroons of the Pacific Coast Hockey Association in 2 games of a best-of-3 series, and then faced the Calgary Tigers of the Western Canada Hockey League. In the first game against Calgary, Morenz scored a hat trick as the Canadiens won by a score of 6-1. He scored another goal in the second game, as Montreal defeated the Tigers 3-0 to win their second Stanley Cup championship and Morenz's first with the team. The following season, Morenz scored 28 goals and had 11 assists for 39 points, placing second on the Canadiens and 4th in the NHL in scoring. That was followed with 7 goals and 8 points in 6 playoff games, as Montreal lost in the Stanley Cup Finals to the Victoria Cougars of the WCHL. Morenz tied with line-mate Auriel Joliat in leading the Canadiens in scoring in 1925-26 with 26 points, finishing 5th in the league. In 1926-27, he finished 3rd in the league in goals, with 25, and points, with 32, to again lead the Canadiens. The 1 goal he scored in 4 playoff games was a series winner in the quarterfinals, eliminating the Montreal Maroons from postseason contention. The 1927-28 season was one of Morenz's best in the NHL. On March 24, 1928, in the final game of the regular season, Morenz earned 2 assists, tying the then NHL record for assists in a season with 18, and becoming the first player to reach 50 points in a season, finishing with 51. As the league leader in goals, with 33 assists and points, Morenz was named the recipient of the Hart Trophy as the league's most valuable player. Though his scoring totals went down in 1928-29, with 17 goals and 27 points, Morenz still led the Canadiens in scoring, and tied for 3rd overall in the league. In 1929-30, Morenz finished 7th in the league for scoring with 50 points, including scoring 40 goals for the first time. This included a game against the New York Americans on March 18, 1930, in which he scored 5 goals. In the playoffs, he added another 3 goals, including his second Stanley Cup winning goal, as the Canadiens beat the Boston Bruins for their 3rd Stanley Cup. In the 1930-31 season, Morenz scored 28 goals and matched his career high with 51 points, winning his second NHL scoring title, and being awarded the Hart Trophy for the second time. He was also named to the newly created NHL All-Star team, being selected as the first-team center, as the top player in that position. In the playoffs, the Canadiens reached the Stanley Cup Finals for the second consecutive year, playing the Chicago Blackhawks. Playing with an injured shoulder and being held back by the Blackhawks, Morenz only scored 1 goal throughout 10 playoff games, the final goal of the playoffs, as he won his third Stanley Cup with the Canadiens. The 1931-32 season was another productive season for Morenz. With 49 points, he finished third in league scoring, and became the first player in NHL history to win the Hart Trophy for a third time, also being named to the first All-Star team again. In a March 17, 1932, game against the New York Americans, Morenz scored his 334th point with an assist, passing Cy Denny as the NHL record holder for career points. Minor injuries led to Morenz's point totals going down the following season, as he finished second on the Canadiens in scoring behind Joliat. The first time in 7 years, he did not lead the Canadiens, ending up 10th in the league with 35 points. In the playoffs, he had 3 assists in 2 games. The 1933-34 season also saw Morenz's goal and point totals fall to 8 goals and 21 points. Even with his decline in scoring, he still managed to reach a significant milestone, once again passing Cy Denny to do so. Against the Detroit Red Wings on December 23, 1933, he scored his 249th career goal, to become the NHL leader for career goals. On January 2, 1934, Morenz twisted his ankle in a game in New York, bruising the bone and tearing ligaments. It was the first serious injury of his career, and he was unable to play for a month. After returning to the team, Morenz was unable to play at his previous level, and the Canadiens fans began booing him. With the decline in production, reports of the Canadiens wanting to trade Morenz began appearing in Montreal newspapers. When the Canadiens began their playoff series against the Chicago Blackhawks, the Canadiens' general manager, Leo Dandurand, confirmed that several teams wanted to acquire Morenz. After playing the first game with his usual speed and skill, Morenz broke his thumb in the second game, finishing with a goal and an assist for the playoffs. After the playoffs, Morenz addressed the trade rumors, telling a reporter that he would only play for the Canadiens, saying that, "When I can't play for them, I'll never put on a skate again," though the Canadiens management knew he was too passionate about hockey to quit. During the summer of 1934, Morenz became concerned about his future with the team. Newspapers continued to write that Morenz would be involved in a trade involving several players and teams. Adding to Morenz's concern was the lack of response from either of the Canadiens' owners, Leo Dandurand or Joe Katerinek, informing him of what was happening. The rumors ended on October 3, 1934, when Morenz was traded along with goaltender Lorne Chabot and defenseman Marty Burke to the Chicago Blackhawks for forwards Leroy Goldsworthy and Lionel Conacher and defenseman Roger Jenkins. Chicago, New York and Montreal, 1934-37. In his first season with the Blackhawks, 1934-35, Morenz played in all 48 games for the team, scoring 8 goals and 34 points, an improvement over the previous season. The Blackhawks reached the playoffs, though Morenz was held pointless in the 2 games played. The following season was not as good for Morenz. He did not feel comfortable in Chicago, and was being benched, playing fewer minutes than he was used to. After 23 games with the Blackhawks, in which he scored 15 points, Morenz was traded for the second time in his career. He was sent to the New York Rangers on January 26, 1936, for forward Glenn Bridson. Playing 19 games for the Rangers, Morenz scored 2 goals and had another 4 assists for 6 points, giving him 21 points over the season. Over the summer of 1936, the Canadiens rehired Cecil Hart to be the coach of the team. Hart agreed to the job on one condition, that the Canadiens bring Morenz back to the team. On September 1, 1936, Morenz once again joined the Canadiens, his contract being purchased by the team from the Rangers. The Canadiens spent most of the 1936-37 season as one of the best teams in the NHL. Morenz contributed regularly, occasionally showing the speed that had made him notable at the start of his career. By mid-January, he had 4 goals and 20 points, far better totals than previous years. Final game and death. The Canadiens played the Chicago Blackhawks in Montreal on January 28, 1937. In the first period, Morenz went after the puck in the Chicago end, while being chased by Black Hawks defenseman Earl Seibert. Morenz lost his balance and fell to the ice, crashing into the boards and catching his left skate in the wooden siding. Seibert, unable to stop, landed on him with full force. The resulting impact snapped Morenz's left leg, creating a noise heard throughout the rink. Helped to the Canadiens' bench by his teammates, Morenz was taken to Hospital St. Luc, where it was found that his leg was fractured in 4 places. Hart was initially hopeful that Morenz could return after 6 weeks, but after learning of the severity of the injury, conceded that Morenz would not be able to play the rest of the season. While recovering in the hospital, Morenz received many get-well cards and visits from his teammates and players from other NHL teams. There were so many of them who brought drinks that a teammate remarked that the whiskey was on the dresser and the beer was under the bed. Though there were many visitors, Morenz often found himself alone in the hospital room, unable to move off his bed. To pass the time, he read newspapers to stay up to date with the Canadiens as they finished the season. Since his injury, the team had dropped in the standings, causing Morenz to worry. He began to think he would never play hockey again and became depressed. The Canadiens team doctor, Dr. J. Hector Forges, visited Morenz in late February and determined that he had suffered a nervous breakdown. To help Morenz, Dr. Forges banned all visitors to his room, except for family and Canadiens officials. Mary, Morenz's wife, and their oldest son, Howie Jr., visited on most days, and William Morenz, his father, travelled from Stratford during the first week of March and stayed through March 5th. On March 8th, Morenz began complaining of chest pains, which doctors attributed to a heart attack. Mary Morenz and Cecil Hart were called to the hospital. Around 11:30 p.m., Morenz tried to get out of bed to use the washroom, but collapsed on the floor and died from a coronary embolism caused by blood clots from his damaged leg, minutes before his wife and coach arrived. He was 34. The Canadiens were scheduled to play the Montreal Maroons the evening of March 9th, a game the NHL offered to cancel in honor of Morenz's death. However, Mary insisted the game be played, saying that Morenz would have wanted the game to continue. The players on the Canadiens and Maroons wore black armbands for the game, and prior to the start, 2 minutes of silence were observed in his honor. A similar event happened in New York, where the New York Rangers and New York Americans had a moment of silence before the start of their game. A funeral was held on March 11th at the Montreal Forum, the arena where the Canadiens played. Fans were allowed to file past the casket, laid at center ice, and 50,000 people paid their respects. A rotating guard of honor of 4 Canadiens stood around the casket, which was covered in flowers, including a large wreath from Auriol Joliat that was shaped like the number 7, Morenz's number, and a note from Morenz's 3 children. The entire service was broadcast on the radio, and after its conclusion, he was buried in Mount Royal Cemetery in Montreal. Legacy. The city of Montreal mourned the death of Morenz for months. To honor him, the Canadiens retired his jersey number 7 on November 2nd, 1937, the first time the team honored a player in that fashion. This was prior to a benefit All-Star game held at the Forum to raise money for the Morenz family. A team composed of players from the Canadiens and Maroons was defeated 6-5 by a team of players from the other NHL teams. One of the most skilled players in the early NHL, Morenz led the Canadiens in both goals and points from 1926 until 1932, though he tied with Auriol Joliat for points in 1926. At the time of his death, he had set an NHL record for most career points with 472. When the Hockey Hall of Fame was established in 1945, he was among the first group of 9 inductees. A 1950 Canadian Press poll named Morenz the best ice hockey player of the first half of the 20th century. In 1998, he was ranked 15th on the Hockey News list of the 100 greatest hockey players. When the NHL announced its 100 greatest players in conjunction with the league's centennial in 2017, Morenz was included on the list. Through his exciting play, Morenz encouraged the expansion of the NHL, helping bring professional hockey to the United States. Watching Morenz play during the 1924 Stanley Cup Finals between Montreal and Calgary, Morenz's first season in the NHL, Charles Adams, the owner of a chain of grocery stores, went back to Boston wanting a hockey team based in the city. That summer, the NHL granted Adams a franchise for the following season, the Boston Bruins. Boxing promoter Tex Rickard, owner of Madison Square Garden, also saw Morenz play early in his career and agreed to add ice to his building for an NHL team known as the New York Americans. As part of the agreement, Morenz and the Canadians played the first game against the Americans on December 15, 1925. Morenz's daughter Marlene married Bernie Geoffrion, who also played for the Canadians and Rangers, and was later inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame. When the Canadians retired Geoffrion's number on the night of his death on March 11, 2006, the team recognized the link between the two men. As Geoffrion's banner was being raised to the rafters, Morenz's banner was lowered halfway to the ice. Once Geoffrion's banner reached Morenz's banner, the two were raised together. Stanley Cup champion 1924, 1930, 1931. Top scorer 1928, 1931. Hart Memorial Trophy 1928, 1931, 1932. First All-Star Team Center 1931, 1932. Second All-Star Team Center 1933. Well, that is another player profile. I hope you enjoyed. If you have any thoughts about Howie Morenz, put them in the comments. I would like to read them. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. Like always, until next time, keep on collecting. Bye.
Welcome, Autograph Fisherman here, and I have a profile video for you. Today is Darcy Rhoda, born February 16, 1953. Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Height 5 feet 11 inches, 180 centimeters. Weight 180 pounds, 82 kilograms, 12 stone 12 pounds. Position left wing. Shot left. Played for Chicago Blackhawks, Atlanta Flames, Vancouver Canucks. NHL Draft 13th overall, 1973. Chicago Blackhawks. WHA Draft 9th overall, 1973. Houston Aeros. Playing career 1973 to 1984. Darcy Irwin Rhoda, born February 16, 1953, is a Canadian former professional ice hockey player who spent 11 seasons in the National Hockey League. He featured in the 1982 Stanley Cup Finals with the Vancouver Canucks. Playing career. Born in Vancouver, British Columbia, Rhoda's formative years, including bantam/midget level hockey, were in Prince George, British Columbia. Rhoda played his junior hockey with the Edmonton Oil Kings of the WCHL, helping the club reach the Memorial Cup in 1971 and 1972. A dangerous sniper, he led the WCHL in goals in 1972 to 73, notching 73 in just 68 games en route to a 129-point season. Following the season, he was selected 13th overall by the Chicago Blackhawks in the 1973 NHL Amateur Draft. Rhoda stepped straight into the Blackhawks roster in 1973 to 74 and turned in a solid rookie season with 21 goals and 33 points in 74 games. Over the next several seasons, Rhoda developed into a solid, gritty, two-way player who made a solid contribution at both ends of the ice. Although he didn't develop into the type of scorer it was thought he could be when he was drafted. He scored at least 20 goals in each of his first 4 seasons in Chicago, with his best year as a Blackhawk coming in 1976 to 77 when he co-led the team with 24 goals. Late in the 1978 to 79 season, Rhoda was dealt along with Ivan Boldyrev to the Atlanta Flames in a blockbuster trade which saw Tom Lysiak moving to Chicago. He started off well in Atlanta with 9 goals in 13 games to close the season, but struggled in 1979 to 80 with just 18 points through 44 games. Midway through the season, he and Boldyrev were dealt again, this time to the Vancouver Canucks, giving a delighted Rhoda a chance to play for his hometown team. Rhoda's first full season as a Canuck in 1980 to 81 would be the best in his career to that point, as he notched career highs with 25 goals and 56 points. He would miss a substantial chunk of the 1981 to 82 campaign with a knee injury, but was a key component of the squad that reached the 1982 Stanley Cup Finals, notching 6 goals in 17 playoff games. For the 1982 to 83 season, Rhoda spent much of the year on a dynamic line with Thomas Graydon and Stan Samuel, and turned in the finest year of his career. He led the team in goals with 42 and finished with 81 points, both of which set club records, since broken by Marcus Naslund, for a left winger. Rhoda continued to excel in 1983 to 84 and was selected to play in his first NHL All-Star game. He appeared to be on target for another season of close to 40 goals when he suffered a serious neck injury on a check from Jay Wells of the Los Angeles Kings. He managed to return for the playoffs, but was eventually forced to undergo spinal fusion surgery in the summer of 1984. He attempted to rejoin the Canucks in November of that year, but was warned that he risked further injury if he continued to play. After a few practices, he opted to retire. Rhoda finished his career with 256 goals and 239 assists for 495 points in 794 NHL games, along with 973 penalty minutes. Rhoda fans called themselves the Roto-Rooters. Management career. Rhoda was hired to work in public relations for the Canucks and served in various positions in the team's front office, including a spell as Director of Player Development, until they parted ways in 1990. He then spent a stretch working for the NHL as an assistant to League President John Ziegler. From 1994 to 1996, he served as a commentator on Canucks TV telecasts alongside Jim Robson. In 1998, Rhoda became head coach of the expansion Burnaby Bulldogs of the BCHL. Rhoda resides in the city of Coquitlam, and in 2000 he became part owner, president, and general manager of the expansion Coquitlam Express of the BCHL. He built the team, which won the 2006 Royal Bank Cup. Rhoda left the organization after the 2014 season. So that was another player profile I hope you enjoyed. If you have any thoughts on Darcy Rhoda, put them in the comments. I like to read them. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. As always, until next time, keep on collecting. Bye.
Welcome, Autograph Fisherman here, and I have a profile video for you. Today it is Wade Redden. Born June 12, 1977. Lloydminster, Saskatchewan, Canada. Height 6 feet 2 inches, 188 centimeters. Weight 209 pounds, 95 kilograms, 14 stone 13 pounds. Position defense. Shot left. Played for Ottawa Senators, New York Rangers, St. Louis Blues, Boston Bruins, National Team Canada, NHL Draft 2nd overall 1995, New York Islanders. Playing career 1996 to 2013. Wade Redden, born June 12, 1977, is a Canadian former professional ice hockey player and a development coach of the Ottawa Senators, with whom he spent the majority of his career in the National Hockey League, which lasted from 1996 to 2013. He also played for the New York Rangers, St. Louis Blues, and Boston Bruins. He played for the Canadian national team internationally 7 times, winning 2 gold medals in the World Junior Championships and 1 in the World Cup of Hockey. He was a 2-time NHL All-Star. Early life. Born on June 12, 1977 in Lloydminster, Saskatchewan, Redden, who is Metis, grew up in Hillmond, Saskatchewan. Redden went to school at Hillmond, where he completed kindergarten to grade 9. He went to Lloydminster Comprehensive School for grade 10. He then completed his 11th and 12th year in Brandon, Manitoba at Crocus Plains Regional High School while playing for the Brandon Wheat Kings. Redden has an older sister, Nikki, and an older brother, Bart, making him the youngest of 3. Playing career. Junior. Redden played minor hockey with the teams at Hillmond High School and the Midwest Red Wings, which were from the rural area. After that, he played 1 year with the Lloydminster Blazers, before joining the Western Hockey League Brandon Wheat Kings for the 1993-94 season. In his first year of major junior hockey with Brandon, he was awarded the Jim Piggott Memorial Trophy for WHL Rookie of the Year honors. The Wheat Kings made it to 2 Memorial Cup appearances in 1995 and 1996, whilst Redden was a member of the team. He was also a member of the 1995 and 1996 Canadian teams at the World Junior Hockey Championships, both teams winning gold medals. Pre-Senators. Redden was originally selected 2nd overall by the New York Islanders in the 1995 NHL entry draft, but never played for the team. He was traded in a 3-team deal with the Ottawa Senators and Toronto Maple Leafs that saw his rights, along with Kirk Muller, Ken Bellinger, Damian Rhodes, Don Beaupre, Martin Straka, and the rights to Brian Burrard moved between the teams on January 23, 1996. The trade had become necessary when the Senators' efforts to sign Burrard, whom they had selected first overall in the same draft, had become futile. Ottawa Senators. Redden joined the Senators from the Wheat Kings for the 1996-97 season, making the team out of his first training camp. He scored his first career NHL goal on his first shot, against Jocelyn Thibault of the Montreal Canadiens on October 5, 1996. Redden would be named NHL Rookie of the Month for April 1997, and was an important part of the team's drive to qualify for the Stanley Cup playoffs that season. The appearance was the first in modern Senators history. By the 1999-2000 season, Redden was an important part of the team. On October 2, 1999, he was named alternate captain of the Senators, a position he eventually held for 9 seasons. Near the end of the season, however, he suffered an ankle injury, forcing him to miss the 2000 playoffs, a contributing factor in the Senators losing in the first round to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Despite the injury setback, the following year Redden continued his improvement, averaging over 25 minutes of ice time per game, scoring 37 assists, recording a 3-point game as well as several 2-point games. After the Senators were eliminated from the 2001 playoffs, he was named to the Team Canada's senior team for the first time for the 2001 IIHF World Championship. The next year, 2001-02, Redden was named to the 2002 NHL All-Star Game to represent the Senators. In the next season, he would have 9 multi-point games in 2002-03 and would set a personal best of 17 goals in the following 2003-04 season, which helped earn him a spot in the 2004 NHL All-Star Game. He was also named to the gold medal-winning Canadian team for the 2004 World Cup of Hockey, and would also play for Canada in the 2005 IIHF World Championship. In the 2005-06 season, Redden missed games due to a knee injury and to be with his mother, Pat, as she battled cancer. He finished the season with a career-high 50 points and a joint NHL-leading plus-minus rating of +35 in 65 games. He also had 12 multi-point games, including a 4-point game against the New York Rangers on December 26, 2005. For his career season, Redden was selected to Team Canada's roster, along with teammate Danny Heatley, for the 2006 Winter Olympics in Turin. Through the 2005-06 season, the Senators were faced with having their 2 top defensemen, Redden and Zdeno Chara, becoming unrestricted free agents, and having to choose to sign only one to keep the team's salaries within the league-mandated salary cap. The Senators ultimately chose to retain Redden, and the two agreed on a 2-year, $13 million contract with a no-trade clause. Chara signed instead with the Boston Bruins. Redden's salary made him the highest-paid player on the team, and the media and fans expected another top-notch season. Redden, being of Métis descent, was noted to be the highest-paid Aboriginal player in the NHL, and the 2006-07 NHL season was a difficult one for Redden, however, playing with a new defensive partner, Andre Mazaros, who had previously played on a defensive pair alongside Chara. Despite the initial struggles, by the time of the 2007 playoffs, Redden and Mazaros had gelled and were a strong pairing for the Senators. Redden participated in all of Ottawa's run to the Stanley Cup Finals, recording 10 points in 20 playoff games, albeit in a losing effort as the Senators eventually lost to the Anaheim Ducks in 5 games. 2007-08 was eventful for Redden. Newly promoted general manager Brian Murray attempted to trade Redden to the Edmonton Oilers during the 2007 NHL entry draft. Redden turned down the trade proposal. Trade rumors would swirl around Redden for most of the season, though he remained a starter with the team and played in his 800th career NHL game on January 10, 2008, against the Buffalo Sabres. As the team began to slump, Murray started to look for solutions to turn the team around. In February 2008, it was revealed that Redden used the no-trade clause in his contract to kill a deal that would have sent him to the San Jose Sharks in exchange for Matt Carle and a draft pick. As the leaked deal became public, Redden publicly declared his desire to win the Stanley Cup with Ottawa, at the time still the Eastern Conference leader. Within weeks of the aborted trade, the Sharks surpassed Ottawa in the league-wide standings, and the Senators' performance continued to decline. The coach was eventually fired and the team struggled into the playoffs. Redden's numbers improved slightly over the previous season, but this was overshadowed by the size of his contract and the team's overall performance. 2007-08 season was also the last season of the contract, and speculation about his re-signing was regularly discussed in the media. Redden made clear that he would take a hometown discount, taking less money to stay in Ottawa. After the season, the media openly speculated that Redden would be leaving the Senators. New York Rangers. On July 1, 2008, Redden signed a 6-year, $39 million contract as an unrestricted free agent with the New York Rangers. Redden's performance continued to decline in New York, where he faced considerable criticism. One writer for the New York Post even called the contract the worst in the history of the NHL, if not in the history of hardcap pro sports. On September 25, 2010, the Rangers placed Redden on waivers in part due to the defenseman's declining play. The move also allowed the Rangers to fit under salary cap. Speaking in 2013 on his stint with the Rangers, Redden said, "I think maybe making that money there and being the player I am, I felt like the first little while things were going pretty good and then they kind of fell off. I felt like I wasn't doing enough and like I should have been doing more. Once I started feeling that way, I think I just got away from the things that made me successful. Things just kind of snowballed from there." Redden cleared waivers and was assigned to the Rangers' American Hockey League affiliate, the Hartford Wolfpack, becoming the highest-paid player in the history of the AHL in the process. Redden admitted contemplating retirement after the demotion, though he ultimately decided to report and play for Hartford. Of Redden's ill-fated signing with the Rangers, one newspaper later commented that through no fault of his own, Redden has become the poster boy for free agent foolishness. In the 2011-12 season, Redden served as the captain of the Connecticut Whale, the Wolfpack's new name. 2012-13 lockout. The time of the 2012-13 NHL lockout, the Rangers decided not to transfer Redden to the AHL roster, thereby not having to pay his salary during the labor dispute. When the lockout was settled, however, the newly ratified NHL collective bargaining agreement directly affected Redden in two ways. One, it forced teams to count any AHL player's salary above $900,000 against its NHL cap. And two, it allowed for up to 2 contracts per team to be bought out for up to 2/3 of the remaining salary, without the buyout counting against the cap in the 2013 and or 2014 off-seasons, so as to help teams get under the reduced cap, also known as a compliance buyout. However, the buyouts cannot be used on injured players, so to avoid any risk of a hockey-related injury, the Rangers originally instructed Redden to simply not report to camp. While this meant that Redden, along with Scott Gomez of the Montreal Canadiens, who was in a similar situation, would still have been paid his prorated 2012-13 salary despite not playing, the NHL Players Association was concerned that for Redden and Gomez to be forced to spend an entire year away from hockey would adversely affect their ability to find employment elsewhere in the NHL during the 2013 off-season, even at a much reduced salary. On January 15, in order to avoid this process, the CBA was revised to allow teams to use one of their 2 compliance buyouts prior to the start of the shortened 2012-13 season, with the provision that the players bought out in such a way would still be paid their prorated but otherwise full 2012-13 salaries, which would still count against the 2012-13 cap, and with the buyout of the subsequent years otherwise proceeding as originally intended. With the revised agreement in place, Redden was waived by the Rangers on January 16, 2013, and cleared waivers the following day. Through a compliance buyout from the Rangers was completed, Redden became a free agent for the first time since 2008. Turn to NHL. On January 18, 2013, the eve of the shortened 2012-13 season, Redden signed a 1-year, $800,000 contract with the St. Louis Blues. The Blues activated Redden on January 23, opening the door for him to play the following night against the Nashville Predators. To make room for Redden, the Blues demoted Ian Cole to the Peoria Rivermen of the AHL. On January 24 against Nashville, Redden played his first NHL game since April 11, 2010. He scored his first goal back against the Dallas Stars on January 26 and played his 1,000th career NHL game on February 7 against the Detroit Red Wings. At the 2013 NHL trade deadline, Redden was traded to the Boston Bruins in exchange for a conditional 7th-round pick in 2014 on April 3. The Bruins hoped he would rediscover the chemistry he had with former Senators teammate Zdeno Chara and return to elite form, though he was a non-factor for the Bruins. In 6 regular season games with the Bruins, Redden scored 1 goal and had 1 assist. In the first game of the conference quarterfinals series of the 2013 Stanley Cup playoffs, Redden scored a goal and added an assist in the Bruins' 4-1 victory over the Toronto Maple Leafs. On January 9, 2014, Redden announced his retirement from professional ice hockey. Post-playing career. On June 27, 2016, Redden joined the Nashville Predators organization as Assistant Director of Player Development, specifically to evaluate prospects and ease their transition to the NHL with mentorship. On July 11, 2022, Redden was named as the development coach for the Ottawa Senators. Personal life. Redden sponsored a suite at Scotiabank Place, named Wade's World and reserved for critically and terminally ill children, while a member of the Senators from 1997 until 2008. He was also involved with the charity 65 Roses Club, which is committed to raising money for cystic fibrosis research. Redden also appeared in Road Hockey Rumble in his hometown. In 2015, Redden was honored by the Brandon Wheat Kings as he was awarded for alumni achievement and was recognized as one of the WHL's top 125 players of all time. Redden then partook in the Wheat Kings home opener and dropped the puck for the ceremonial face-off. During the off-season, Redden and his wife spent time in their home near Kelowna, British Columbia. Through 2 years of involvement, the couple became engaged in September 2007 and married in August 2008. Redden and his wife have 3 daughters. Awards and honors. CHL/WHL. Jim Piggott Memorial Trophy 1994. WHL East First All-Star Team 1996. WHL East Second All-Star Team 1995. Memorial Cup All-Star Team 1996. NHL. All-Star Game 2002-2004 did not play due to flu. Plus Minus Award 2006, shared with Michael Rotsival. New York Rangers. Victoria Cup winner 2008. International. Best Defenseman 2005. So that is another player profile I hope you enjoyed. If you have any thoughts about Wade Redden, let me know in the comments. I like to read them. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. Like always, until next time, keep on collecting. Bye.
Hello, Autograph Fisherman here, and I have a profile video for you. Today it is Bob Rouse. Born June 18, 1964. Surrey, British Columbia, Canada. Height 6 feet 2 inches, 188 centimeters. Weight 220 pounds, 100 kilograms. 15 stone 10 pounds. Position defense. Shot right. Played for Minnesota North Stars, Washington Capitals, Toronto Maple Leafs, Detroit Red Wings, San Jose Sharks. NHL Draft 80th overall, 1982. Minnesota North Stars. Playing career 1983 to 2000. Robert John Rouse, born June 18, 1964, is a Canadian former professional ice hockey player. He is a 2-time Stanley Cup champion, winning in back-to-back years with the Detroit Red Wings in 1997 and 1998. Playing career. A prototypical stay-at-home defenseman, Rouse was drafted in 1982 by the Minnesota North Stars. After playing parts of 6 seasons with the North Stars, Rouse was traded to the Washington Capitals at the trade deadline of the 1988-89 NHL season in the deal that also sent Dino Ciccarelli to the Capitals. His steady and tough style of defensive play helped guide the Capitals to their first semifinals appearance, in 1990. During the middle of the 1990-91 season, he was traded to the Toronto Maple Leafs, along with Peter Zezel, in exchange for Al Iafrate. Rouse joined the Detroit Red Wings in 1994 as a free agent. He had arthroscopic surgery in February 1994 but returned and helped them in 2 of their Stanley Cup wins, 1997 and 1998, one of which involved topping one of his former clubs, the Capitals.
Rouse moved on to play with the San Jose Sharks in 1998-99 and retired during the 1999-2000 season after the Sharks released him. In 1,061 NHL games, Rouse had 37 goals, 181 assists, and 1,559 penalty minutes. He served as a full-time alternate captain with the Maple Leafs, and as part-time alternate captain with the Capitals and Red Wings. WHL Second All-Star Team, 1983. WHL East First All-Star Team, 1984. Well, there you have it, another profile video. Hope you enjoyed. If you have any thoughts about Bob Rouse, let me know in the comments. I would like to read them. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. As always, until next time, keep on collecting. Bye.
Welcome, Autograph Fisherman here, and I have another profile video for you. Today it is Danny Heatley. Born January 21st, 1981. Freiburg, West Germany. Height 6 feet 4 inches, 193 centimeters. Weight 220 pounds, 100 kilograms, 15 stone 10 pounds. Position left wing. Shot left. Played for Atlanta Thrashers, SC Bern, AK Bars Kazan, Ottawa Senators, San Jose Sharks, Minnesota Wild, Anaheim Ducks, Thomas Sabo Ice Tigers, National Team Canada, NHL Draft Second Overall, 2000, Atlanta Thrashers, playing career 2001 to 2016. Daniel All-Star Heatley, born January 21st, 1981, is a German-born Canadian former professional ice hockey winger. Originally drafted by the Atlanta Thrashers second overall in the 2000 NHL entry draft, he won the Calder Memorial Trophy as the National Hockey League Rookie of the Year in 2002. However, Heatley's time with the Thrashers was derailed when he was at the wheel in a car crash in September 2003 that killed teammate Dan Snyder. Heatley, who was also seriously injured but eventually made a full recovery, pled guilty to second-degree vehicular homicide and received probation. Traded to the Ottawa Senators, Heatley became one of the team's leading scorers, setting franchise records for single-season goals 50 in 2005, 06 and points 105 in 2006, 07. He played on the left wing with line mates Jason Spezza and Daniel Alfredson. The line was consistently among the highest scoring in the NHL after its formation in 2005, 06, with the trio combining for 296 points that season. Heatley represented Team Canada in 6 World Championships, 2 Olympics, and 1 World Cup of Hockey, as well as 2 World Junior Championships. In 2008, he surpassed Marcel Dion as Canada's all-time leader in goals and Steve Yzerman as the all-time leader in points for the World Championships. Heatley later played for the San Jose Sharks, Minnesota Wild, and the Anaheim Ducks of the NHL, and last played with the Thomas Sabo Ice Tigers of the Deutsche Eishockey Liga in 2015-16. Early life. Heatley was born in Freiburg to Karen and Murray Heatley, where his father played professional hockey. When Murray retired from hockey, the family settled in Calgary, Alberta. Playing career, amateur. Playing minor hockey in the Alberta Midget Hockey League for the Calgary Buffaloes, Heatley tallied 91 points in 36 games in 1997-98 to earn the Harry Allen Memorial Trophy as the league's top scorer. He went on to lead the Buffaloes to the bronze medal at the 1998 Air Canada Cup, where he finished as both top scorer and tournament MVP. As Heatley intended to play college hockey in the United States, he joined the Junior A ranks in 1998-99 with the Calgary Canucks of the Alberta Junior Hockey League to maintain his NCAA eligibility, as opposed to playing Major Junior. Recording 70 goals and 126 points in 60 games, he was named AJHL and Canadian Junior A Player of the Year. The following season, he began his 2-year tenure with the University of Wisconsin Badgers of the Western Collegiate Hockey Association. As a freshman, he was named to the WCHA First All-Star Team and NCAA West Second All-American Team, in addition to earning WCHA Rookie of the Year honors. In the offseason, he was drafted second overall by the Atlanta Thrashers in the 2000 NHL entry draft behind goaltender Rick DiPietro. After his sophomore year, in which he was named to the 2001 WCHA Second All-Star and NCAA West First All-American teams, Heatley chose to forego his final 2 years of college eligibility to turn pro with the Thrashers. Professional Atlanta Thrashers, 2001 to 2005. Heatley made his NHL debut with the Thrashers in 2001-02, leading all rookies in points, 67, and assists, 41, and was second in team goal scoring, 26, behind Ilya Kovalchuk. He won the Calder Memorial Trophy as the NHL's Rookie of the Year, for which Kovalchuk was also nominated. In the 2002-03 season, Heatley emerged as an NHL star, recording 41 goals and 89 points in 77 games and finishing 9th overall in league scoring. As a result of a car crash in September 2003 that seriously injured Heatley and claimed the life of Thrashers teammate Dan Snyder, Heatley's season did not start until January 2004, and he ultimately appeared in only 31 games. A difficult season ended with Heatley recording only 25 points as the Thrashers failed to earn a playoff spot. During the 2004-05 NHL lockout, Heatley initially played for the Swiss team SC Bern. He scored 24 points in only 16 games before an errant puck struck his left eye and broke his orbital bone. As a result of this injury, the pupil of his left eye became permanently dilated. He finished the year with Thrashers teammate Kovalchuk on the AK Bars Kazan of the Russian Super League, RSL, recording 4 points in 11 games. Ottawa Senators, 2005 to 2009. Prior to the end of the lockout, Heatley asked to be traded from Atlanta in hopes of leaving reminders of the tragic crash behind. This was unpopular with Atlanta fans, particularly as Snyder's father Graham noted that Heatley owed much to the Thrashers organization that had particularly been extremely supportive of him during his trial and ordeal. On August 23, 2005, the Thrashers sent him to the Ottawa Senators for Slovak star Marian Hossa and veteran defenseman Greg DeVries. Hossa had just re-signed with the Senators after protracted and often contentious negotiations. A restricted free agent at the time of the trade, Heatley immediately signed a 3-year, $13.5 million contract with the Senators. In his first game for the Senators against the Toronto Maple Leafs on October 5, 2005, Heatley played with Jason Spezza and Brandon Bachenski, but when the Senators were down with 5 minutes to go, Daniel Alfredsson, who replaced Bachenski, scored the tying goal. As 2005-06 was the first year that the NHL implemented the shootout, Heatley became the second player to score in an NHL shootout, scoring against Leafs goalie Ed Belfour after Alfredsson. Their sticks are now in the Hockey Hall of Fame. Later that month, on October 29th, Heatley scored for consecutive goals in an 8-0 win over the Toronto Maple Leafs, marking a career high for goals in a game. Heatley made a spectacular start with his new team, registering points in the first 22 games of the 2005-06 season, breaking Marian Hossa's previous franchise record of 13 consecutive games. Among players with new teams, this was behind only Wayne Gretzky's 23-game streak upon joining the Los Angeles Kings during the 1988-89 season. In his first game back in Atlanta as a Senator, he was frequently booed, indicating that Thrashers fans felt snubbed by Heatley's previous trade request. Despite scoring, Heatley and the Senators suffered an 8-3 defeat to his former Thrashers teammates. Heatley finished the 2005-06 season with 50 goals and 103 points, fourth in the league. Incidentally, Heatley's first 50-goal season also marked the first time any Senators player had achieved that mark, setting a franchise record for goals in a season, previously held by Marian Hossa, who scored 45 goals in 2002-03. 13. Heatley's 103 points also tied Daniel Alfredsson for the team lead, together surpassing Alexei Yashin's franchise record of 94 points in a season, achieved in 1998-99. Catalyzed by a rejuvenated offense, Ottawa finished the season with the best record in the Eastern Conference and the second best in the league. With lofty expectations for the playoffs, they were eliminated in the second round by the Buffalo Sabres. Heatley recorded 12 points in 10 games. At the end of the season, Heatley was selected, along with Alfredsson, to the second All-Star team. After a slow start to the 2006-07 season, Heatley recorded 50 in 07, once more, second in the league to Vincent Lecavalier's 52 goals and 105 points, fourth in the league. By reaching the 50-goal plateau for the second straight season, he became the first NHL player to do so since Pavel Bure in 1999 to 2000. Heatley's 105 points broke the previous franchise record he shared with Al Fredson. His performance earned him a spot on the first All-Star team. Heatley and the Senators followed up another strong regular season, going all the way to the Stanley Cup Finals, but finished short in 5 games against the Anaheim Ducks. The Al Fredson, Spezza, and Heatley line was dominant, leading the NHL in playoffs points, all tied at 22. Fresh off the heels of a Stanley Cup Finals appearance, Heatley began the 2007-08 season with a new 6-year contract extension with the Senators worth $45 million, signed prior to the season opener against the Maple Leafs. Since arriving in Ottawa from the Marian Hossa trade, Heatley had appeared in 208 consecutive Senators games until suffering a separated shoulder on January 12, 2008, in a collision with Detroit Red Wings forward Dallas Drake, sidelining him for 11 games. He completed the 2007-08 season with 41 goals and 41 assists for 82 points in 71 games. Ottawa was plagued with injuries to its superstars all season. Seeding 7th overall in the East, Ottawa met the Pittsburgh Penguins in the playoffs, coincidentally the same first-round matchup of the previous year. However, Heatley and the Senators would not make a second run for the Cup and were swept in 4 games. Heatley managed just 1 point. On October 3, 2008, Heatley was named alternate captain to Daniel Alfredsson, along with defenseman Chris Phillips. The 2008-09 season, however, was met with decreased production for Heatley and the top line, as well as an 11th place finish for the Senators in the Eastern Conference, well out of playoff contention. Trade request. Coming off his lowest points total since his rookie season, excluding his shortened 31-game season in 2003-04, TSN reported that Heatley had filed a request for a trade on June 9, 2009, despite being only 1 year into a 6-year contract extension signed in 2007-20. Heatley had reportedly become unhappy with his role with the Senators under new head coach Corey Clouston. Despite his declining offensive numbers, Heatley felt that his decreased ice time and his move from the first power play line to the second power play line were unfair to him. Prior to the trade request, these concerns had been brought to the attention of management during the Senators' year-end meetings. In an interview with reporters after the request had been made public, Senators then General Manager Brian Murray stated that he was shocked and disappointed at Heatley's request. In addition, Murray said that head coach Clouston was hurt by Heatley's remarks. The frustrating part for us is we have gone through several coaches here that we couldn't win enough games with, Murray stated. We brought in a guy the results we were very happy with. The team started to look like a real team again. And then to be kind of blindsided, in his way of thinking anyway, by one of your players not wanting to fit in. That's hard for a coach to accept. Senators fans were blindsided by the request, and across the league observers were both puzzled and angry. Sports writers across Canada criticized Heatley's behavior, calling him a brat, pathetic, and reprehensible. I was surprised at it, but I understood it. Atlanta Thrashers GM Don Waddell said of Heatley's desire to leave Atlanta in the aftermath of Dan Snyder's death. This one, I really don't understand. He asked to get out of Atlanta, and he went to a team that he obviously approved of and had some success. They went to the 2007 Stanley Cup Finals. What I can see is that he got a lot of support in Ottawa. I don't think the trade request says a lot of positive things on the surface. It sure doesn't show a good team attitude. An Atlanta Thrashers employee cryptically told the Vancouver Sun, "We know Danny very well. There is always a reason why these things happen." 6. Graham Snyder, the father of Dan Snyder, who played a significant role in helping Heatley avoid prison time after the crash that killed his son, was confused by Heatley's decision to force a trade from Ottawa, saying, "I'm surprised because he signed a long-term deal with Ottawa and was playing in a market that seemed to embrace him." Snyder said there were a lot of ways Heatley could have dealt with the decision by Clouston to reduce his playing time and bump him down to the second power play unit, rather than demanding a trade. Certainly, talking with Clouston behind the scenes would be a lot more effective and trying to work through it. Tom Malloy, a close friend of the Heatley family, stoked the fires in Ottawa with a letter published in the Ottawa Citizen criticizing the widespread negative reaction to the trade request. Heatley's mother is very upset, and the attacks are all personal stuff about his character, Malloy lamented, adding that nobody mentions that this is a guy who gives up a month of his summer every year to play for Team Canada. Malloy went as far as to blame the Senators' organization for Heatley's decision, claiming this is an organizational thing. If I was the owner of the Senators, I'd be calling my manager in and saying, why don't guys want to play here anymore? Trading Heatley was a challenge due to his large contract, a contract that was to pay him approximately $7.6 million for the upcoming 2009-10 season, and few other NHL teams possessed the available salary cap space to accommodate it. Further complicating matters was the partial no-trade clause in Heatley's contract, which limited the number of teams Ottawa could negotiate a potential deal with. A trade was worked out to send Heatley to the Edmonton Oilers in exchange for Andrew Cogliano, Dustin Penner, and Ladislav Smid on June 30, 2009, but Heatley again surprised the hockey world when he refused to waive the no-trade clause, which would have finalized the deal, further angering fans in both Ottawa and Edmonton. NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly suggested that the Senators may have grounds to file a grievance, as Heatley's contract stipulated the team pay a bonus, due July 1, 2009, of $4 million as the Edmonton trade, if completed, would have spared the Senators that expense. Melnyk later filed a lawsuit against Heatley as the team shouldn't have paid a hefty roster bonus to a player who was seeking a trade, which was settled out of court in the fall of 2013 without the terms being publicized. As Ottawa GM Murray began again to try to accommodate the trade demand, Heatley was still a member of the Senators as the team opened training camp on September 12, 2009. Heatley had little choice but to report for training camp, and the atmosphere between him and his Senators teammates was described as awkward, tense, and untenable. Team captain Alfredson admitted days earlier that a scenario in which Heatley showed up in Ottawa as an unhappy camper would create a massive media headache for the rest of the team. If he comes back, there's going to be a lot of focus and attention, Alfredson said at the time, adding, if somebody hits him in practice or something occurs, everything is going to get blown out proportion. Heatley himself sneaked back into Scotiabank Place, avoiding the cameras and throng of media awaiting some clarification regarding his desire to leave Ottawa. When I looked Heatley in the eye, I knew the minute he walked out the door that I had to trade him, GM Brian Murray said a short time later. I didn't think there was any chance. I just felt that we had to move him. San Jose Sharks, 2009 to 2011. On September 12, 2009, Heatley was traded to the San Jose Sharks, along with a fifth-round pick in 2010 for Milan Mahalik, Jonathan Cheechoo, and a second-round pick in 2010. Heatley made $8 million that year. In the Sharks' fourth game of the season, their home opener against the Columbus Blue Jackets and Heatley's first game in front of the San Jose fans, Heatley capped a hat-trick with a penalty shot goal in the third period, bringing his season totals to 4 goals and 5 assists, 9 points, in the first 4 games of the season. On November 20th, Heatley recorded his second hat-trick in as many months, as he scored 3 times from passes from teammate Joe Thornton in a 6-3 win against the Philadelphia Flyers. The Sharks were eliminated in the 2010 conference finals as, with Danny Heatley in the penalty box, the Chicago Blackhawks scored the game-winning goal, sweeping the series. However, head coach Todd McClellan revealed that Heatley had been playing the entire playoffs with a torn groin muscle. On December 2, 2010, in his first return to Ottawa, Heatley was frequently booed. Though he had said that the city of Ottawa and the fans there had nothing to do with his desire to be moved, Senators fans were in no mood to forgive. Several fans who attended the game held up their number 15 Heatley jerseys with certain letters covered up, so the nameplate would spell out the word HAT. Late in the game, a group of 10 fans came down to ice level and simultaneously threw their Heatley jerseys onto the ice in a coordinated protest. Another fan held up a sign reading, "Even Yashin thinks you're a jerk," a reference to former Senators player Alexei Yashin, who left the team amid controversy in 2001. The Sharks won the game 4-0, and Heatley had an assist. In the following season, Heatley put up the worst full-season point totals of his career, registering only 26 goals and 64 points in 80 games. After the season had concluded, it was revealed that Heatley had been battling multiple injuries during the season, and especially during the playoffs. Minnesota Wild, 2011 to 2014. On July 3, 2011, Heatley was traded to the Minnesota Wild from Martin Havlat, his former teammate with Ottawa. There he joined former teammate Devin Setoguchi, who had also been traded by the Sharks to the Wild on June 24th, 10 days before him. While producing a solid season, scoring 53 points, the Wild ultimately failed to reach the playoffs despite a hot start to the year. On February 9, 2012, Heatley recorded the fastest goal in Wild history, scoring 13 seconds into a game against the Vancouver Canucks. In the lockout-shortened 2012-13 season, Heatley recorded 11 goals and 10 assists in 36 games with Minnesota. However, during a game against the San Jose Sharks in April, an altercation with former teammate Marc-Edouard Vlasic dislocated Heatley's left shoulder, requiring surgery that ended his season. The 2013-14 season saw Heatley's production decline dramatically, as he recorded only 9 goals and 19 points in his first 55 games. Approaching unrestricted free agency, speculation began that his NHL career might be over and that he might move to Europe to continue his hockey career. Though he showed glimpses of his former abilities, registering 7 points in one 10-game stretch, by the 74-game mark of the season, he had recorded only 27 points. On March 29, 2014, Heatley was a healthy scratch for the first time in his career after being demoted to the fourth line for several games. Anaheim Ducks and Florida Panthers, 2014 to 2015. On July 9, 2014, Heatley signed a one-year deal as a free agent with Anaheim Ducks worth $1 million. He was a healthy scratch after 4 games with no points. On December 11, 2014, Heatley was assigned to the Ducks' American Hockey League affiliate, the Norfolk Admirals. On December 29, 2014, he was placed on waivers. On February 28, 2015, Heatley was traded to the Florida Panthers along with a 2016 third-round draft choice for Tomas Fleischmann. He finished his tenure with the Ducks with no points in 6 games, but recorded 7 in 25 games with Norfolk. Heatley did not play a single game with the Panthers, as he reported to the team's farm affiliate, the San Antonio Rampage. Europe. Heatley signed with German club, the Thomas Sabo Ice Tigers of the Deutsche Eishockey Liga, DEL, on September 17, 2015. He reached the DL playoff semifinals with the Ice Tigers, where they fell short to the Grizzlies Wolfsburg. Heatley played a total of 59 games in the 2015-16 season, tallying 19 goals, including the Ice Tigers' final goal of the season, and 18 assists. All-Star Games. Heatley has been voted into the NHL All-Star Game 5 times, and played in 4 of them, most recently, in 2009. His first appearance in the All-Star Game was in 2003, where he scored 4 goals, tying a single-game All-Star record held by 4 other players, including Wayne Gretzky. The game went to a shootout where Heatley scored the only goal for the Eastern Conference in a 6-5 loss. The shootout goal did not, however, count towards his regulation total of 4, leaving him tied for the record. Heatley also added an assist for a game-high 5 points and was named the All-Star Game MVP. In response to Heatley's impressive performance in just his second NHL season, Eastern Conference teammate Jeremy Roenick commented, 22 years old? You're not supposed to be able to pull moves like that at 22. My goodness. Heatley's next appearance came in 2007, where he played on a line with former SC Bern teammates Daniel Briere and Mario Hassa and got a goal and 2 assists in a 12-9 loss to the Western Conference. Heatley was selected for the 2008 game, but had to withdraw due to a shoulder injury he suffered in an earlier game against the Detroit Red Wings. Heatley was selected to his 4th All-Star game in 2009 and scored a goal in a 12-11 Eastern Conference win in a shootout. International play. Heatley competed in 2 World Junior Championships during his 2-year career at the University of Wisconsin. His first, in 2000, ended with a bronze medal win against the U.S. in a shootout. Heatley scored a goal in the 4-3 victory. The next year, in 2001, Heatley scored 3 goals and 5 points as Canada won a second straight bronze. Heatley made his senior international debut with Team Canada at the 2002 World Championships after his rookie season with Atlanta Thrashers. He scored 4 points as Canada was defeated in the quarterfinals by Slovakia. The following year, Heatley led Team Canada in scoring 7 goals and 10 points at the 2003 World Championships in Finland, en route to his first gold medal. Having missed the playoffs once more with the Thrashers, Heatley participated in the 2004 World Championships in the Czech Republic. Heatley dominated with 11 points to lead all tournament scorers, earning his second straight MVP award. Canada captured a second straight gold medal, defeating Sweden 5-3 in the final. Heatley scored his 8th goal of the tournament in the third period, starting a rally from a 3-1 deficit. Several months later, Heatley competed in the 2004 World Cup and contributed 2 assists as Canada defeated Finland in the final to capture the second-ever World Cup championship. At the 2005 World Championships in Austria, his 4th straight World Championships, Heatley did not achieve the same success, with 7 points in 9 games, as Canada was shut out by the Czech Republic in the gold medal game. On December 21, 2005, Heatley was chosen by Team Canada to participate in the 2006 Winter Olympics in Turin. His first Olympic Games, Heatley managed 3 points in 6 games as Canada, defending its 2002 gold medal, was eliminated in the quarterfinals by Russia. As Heatley returned to the World Championships after a 3-year absence in 2008, he was added to the roster with teammate Jason Spezza after the Ottawa Senators were eliminated from the playoffs. He became Team Canada's all-time goal scorer and then all-time point leader for the World Championships, passing Marcel Dion and Steve Yzerman accordingly. Heatley finished the tournament with a staggering 12 goals and 8 assists in 9 games. However, Canada was defeated by Russia in overtime of the gold medal game. Heatley was given MVP, Best Forward, and All-Star Team honors. In the summer of 2009, Heatley was invited to Team Canada's Olympic tryout camp in Calgary, where he was booed on the ice by fans. On December 30, 2009, Heatley was selected to play for Team Canada at the 2010 Winter Olympics. Heatley helped lead Team Canada to an 8-0 win in the first game of the 2010 Olympic tournament by scoring 2 goals. On February 28, 2010, the team defeated the United States to win Canada's 8th gold medal in Olympic men's hockey. Post-playing career. Heatley was hired by the Philadelphia Flyers as a pro scout prior to the 2023-24 season. Personal life. Citizenship. Heatley holds dual Canadian-German citizenship because his mother is German. Car crash. On September 29, 2003, Heatley was seriously injured in a car crash after he lost control of the Ferrari 360 Modena he was driving on a curved road in a residential area of Atlanta. The car struck a wall, splitting in half and ejecting Heatley and his passenger, Atlanta Thrashers teammate Dan Snyder. Heatley suffered a broken jaw, a concussion, a bruised lung, and a bruised kidney, and he tore 3 ligaments in his right knee. Snyder was critically injured with a skull fracture and died in the Hospital of Sepsis on October 5, 2003. Heatley pleaded guilty to second-degree vehicular homicide, driving too fast for conditions, failure to maintain a lane, and speeding. He admitted to consuming alcohol prior to the crash, but his blood alcohol content tested below the legal limit. He was sentenced to 3 years probation, and the judge ruled that any vehicle driven by Heatley could not have more than 6 cylinders nor surpass 70 miles per hour, 112 kilometers per hour. Heatley avoided having to go to trial as part of a plea deal that dropped the first-degree charge of vehicular homicide. The Thrashers and the Atlanta community were largely supportive of Heatley, and Snyder's family told the judge and prosecutors that nothing would be gained by imprisoning him. Lawsuit against agent. In August 2012, it was revealed that Heatley had filed an $11 million lawsuit against his longtime agent and business advisor Stacey McAlpine, McAlpine's parents Gerald and Eugenia, and several companies. The suit, filed in the Calgary Court of Queen's Bench of Alberta, alleges that the defendants lured Heatley into several real estate ventures across Canada and the United States with promises of huge returns that never materialized. It is also alleged that Stacey McAlpine made unauthorized withdrawals of more than $4 million from Heatley's bank accounts. The defendant companies named in court documents are Presidential Suites Incorporated, Waterfront Development Incorporated, McAlpine Sports Management Incorporated, and NSCM Management Inc. 1 month later, it was revealed that Heatley's former Senators teammate Chris Phillips was also initiating a $7.5 million suit against Stacey McAlpine to recover lost money as a result of bad real estate deals. The suit, launched at the Ontario Court in Ottawa, alleges Phillips felt he was misled by McAlpine and has not been able to recover monies invested. After a lengthy court process, Heatley was awarded $6.5 million from a judge in Calgary, Alberta, on July 21, 2017. McAlpine was later arrested and charged with fraud, money laundering, and theft by authorities in Winnipeg, Manitoba, on October 18, 2017. McAlpine died on March 5, 2018, at the age of 54, and the charges of fraud, theft, and laundering the proceeds of crime were stayed 2 days later. Endorsements. Heatley was selected as the cover player for the 2004 installment of the EA Sports NHL video game franchise in 2003, NHL 2004. However, due to the fallout from Heatley's crash shortly afterwards, EA switched the cover photo to Joe Sakic, although many copies of the game were shipped with his photo on them. Records and milestones. NHL. All-Star Game record for most goals in a game, 4 tied. All-Star Skills Competition record for shooting accuracy, 2004, 444, shared with Ray Bourque, Mark Messier, Tomas Kaberl, Yevgeny Malkin, and Jeremy Roenick. First NHL game-winning shootout goal. Team. Atlanta Thrashers franchise record for most points by a rookie, 67. Ottawa Senators franchise record for most goals in a season, 50. Ottawa Senators franchise record for most points in a season, 105. Ottawa Senators franchise record for longest point-scoring streak, 22 games. Ottawa Senators franchise record for most points in one postseason, 22, tied with Jason Spezza and Daniel Alfredson. First Ottawa Senator in franchise history to score 50 goals in a season. First Ottawa Senator in franchise history to score back-to-back 50-goal seasons. International. Team Canada's all-time leading goal scorer, 42, as of 2010 Winter Olympics. Team Canada's all-time leading point scorer, 69, as of 2010 Winter Olympics. Awards and achievements. AMHL. Air Canada Cup, Bronze Medal 1997, 1998. Harry Allen Memorial Trophy, Top Scorer, 1998. Air Canada Cup MVP 1998. AJHL. Player of the Year 1999. CJHL Player of the Year 1999. College. All-WCHA Rookie Team 2000. All-WCHA First Team 2000. WCHA Rookie of the Year 2000. YHCA West Second Team All-American 2000. All-WCHA Second Team 2001. YHCA West First Team All-American 2001. NHL. Calder Memorial Trophy, 2002. All-Rookie Team, 2002. All-Star Game 2003, 2007, 2008 * 2009. All-Star Game MVP 2003. EA Sports NHL Cover Athlete 2004. Second All-Star Team 2006. First All-Star Team 2007. International. WC All-Star Team 2004, 2008. WC Best Forward 2004, 2008. WC MVP 2004, 2008. Well, that is another player profile. I hope you enjoyed. If you have any thoughts about Danny Heatley, let me know in the comments. I like to read them. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. As always, until next time, keep on collecting. Bye.
Welcome, Autograph Fisherman here, and I have a profile video for you. Today it is Pat Peak, born May 28, 1973, Rochester, Michigan, U.S. Height 6 feet 1 inch, 185 centimeters. Weight 190 pounds, 86 kilograms, 13 stone 8 pounds. Position center. Shot right. Played for Washington Capitals. National team United States. NHL draft 14th overall, 1991. Washington Capitals. Playing career 1993 to 1998. Patrick Michael Peak, born May 28, 1973, is an American former professional ice hockey forward. Peak was drafted 14th overall by the Washington Capitals in the 1991 NHL entry draft. Peak played 134 career NHL games, scoring 28 goals and 41 assists for 69 points. Peak suffered several serious injuries in his short career. By the end of the 1997-98 NHL season, in which he played only one game, he had retired. Playing career. As a youth, Peak played in the 1987 Quebec International Pee Wee Hockey Tournament with a minor ice hockey team from Detroit. Junior, Peak was an up-and-coming star during his junior career. Playing in the North American Hockey League in 1989 to 1990, he scored 33 goals and assisted on 44 goals in just 34 games. In the next season, he moved to the Ontario Hockey League with the Detroit Compuware Ambassadors, later the Detroit Junior Red Wings, scoring 90 points, 39 goals, and 51 assists in 63 games. The Washington Capitals rewarded him by making him their first-round selection in the 1991 NHL entry draft. Still 18 years old at the time, Peak returned to the Ambassadors for the 1991 to 1992 season and scored 93 points, 41 goals, 52 assists in 53 games. Following an outstanding season, Peak earned the Red Tilson Trophy as the OHL's most outstanding player of the year and was named the CHL Player of the Year. Peak appeared with the United States team at the 1992 World Junior Ice Hockey Championships, scoring 5 goals and 1 assist in 7 games, and with the Baltimore Skipjacks of the American Hockey League, recording 1 goal in 3 games. Citation needed the 1992 to 1993 season would be his last and most successful in junior. He scored 136 points, 58 goals and 78 assists in just 46 games with the Detroit Junior Red Wings, and also had 4 goals and 9 assists in 7 games with the United States team at the 1993 World Junior Ice Hockey Championships. NHL. By the 1993-94 season, the Capitals saw fit to promote Peak to the NHL, and he played 51 games with them, scoring 11 goals and 18 assists with a +1 defensive rating. In the same year, he recorded 5 assists in 4 games with Portland, and he played in 8 playoff games with the Capitals, recording 1 assist. In the next season, he was limited to 18 games with the Capitals due to mononucleosis. He had only 4 points that year, all on assists, +4 points with 1 goal, in 5 games with Portland. The 1995-96 NHL season was his highest scoring season in the NHL. He scored 17 goals and made 19 assists in 62 games, and had a +- rating of +7. In addition, he made another trip to the playoffs with the Capitals, tallying 2 goals and 1 assist in 5 games. Injuries and retirement. Peak's career was ended prematurely due to several serious injuries. In a playoff game in 1996, racing to beat Pittsburgh Penguins defenseman J.J. Daniel for the puck in order to nullify a potential icing call, he shattered his right heel, causing him to undergo extensive surgeries and costing him 67 games of the 1996-97 NHL season. He returned in time to play 3 games with the Portland Pirates, afterwards breaking his right hand, and 4 games with the Capitals, before suffering a concussion in an automobile accident in a vehicle being driven by teammate Steve Konowalchik. He remained out for the first 16 games of the 1997-98 NHL season due to continued pain in his heel. In his lone game with the Capitals in 1997-98, he tore some tendons in his right ankle and never played professionally again. He officially retired from playing professional ice hockey on September 1st, 1998. In a Where Are They Now? Feature in 2005, the Capitals stated that Peak was working for Newport Sports Management, the agency that represents, as of 2005, 110 NHL players. Peak's performance in the Ontario Hockey League did not go unrecognized, and his former junior team, then known as the Detroit Compuware Ambassadors, now the Flint Firebirds, retired his number 14 from circulation. Peak leads the team in all-time scoring with 319 career points. Post-playing career. On February 18, 2016, the Ontario Hockey League appointed Peak as interim assistant coach for the Flint Firebirds. Well, that was another player profile video. I hope you enjoyed. If you have any thoughts about Pat Peak, let me know in the comments. I would like to read them. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. As always, until next time, keep on collecting. Bye. Welcome, Autograph Fisherman here, and I have a profile video for you. Today it's a non-sport player, and that is Julie Payette, 29th Governor General of Canada, in office October 2nd, 2017 to January 22nd, 2021. Monarch Elizabeth II, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, preceded by David Johnston, succeeded by Mary Simon. Personal details. Born October 20th, 1963. Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Spouses. François Brissette. Married 1992. Divorced 1999. William Flynn. Married 2001. Divorced 2015. Children 1. Education. McGill University. University of Toronto. Space career. CSA astronaut. Time in space 25 days, 11 hours, 57 minutes. Selection 1992 CSA Group. NASA Group 16, 1996. Missions STS 96. STS-127. Julie Payette. CCCMM-COM CQCDFCE. Born October 20th, 1963. Is a Canadian engineer, scientist, and former astronaut who served from 2017 to 2021 as Governor General of Canada, the 29th since Canadian Confederation. Payette holds engineering degrees from McGill University and the University of Toronto. She worked as a research scientist before joining the Canadian Space Agency in 1992 as a member of the Canadian Astronaut Corps. She completed 2 spaceflights, STS-96 and STS-127, and has logged more than 25 days in space. She also served as capsule communicator at NASA Mission Control Center in Houston, and from 2000 to 2007 as CSA's chief astronaut. In July 2013, Payette was named Chief Operating Officer for the Montreal Science Center. She also held a number of board appointments, including the National Bank of Canada. On July 13, 2017, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced that Queen Elizabeth II had approved the appointment of Payette as the next Governor General of Canada. She was invested on October 2, 2017. Payette resigned on January 21, 2021, following the conclusion of a workplace review that found she had belittled, berated, and publicly humiliated Rideau Hall staff, and created a toxic, verbally abusive workplace. The review was initiated by the Privy Council Office to investigate accusations of harassment of civil servants in the office of the Governor General. The report's official goal was not to validate nor make findings of fact, as it only relied on what interview participants reported. She is the second Governor General to have resigned the office after Romeo LeBlanc, who resigned due to health issues, the first to resign due to scandal, and the first to have left a vacancy upon resignation. Education and early career. Payette was born on October 20, 1963, in Montreal, Quebec, and lived in the Ahuntsic neighborhood, attending College Mont St. Louis and College Regina Assumpta. In 1982, she completed an International Baccalaureate diploma at the United World College of the Atlantic in South Wales, United Kingdom. For her undergraduate studies, Payette enrolled in McGill University, where she completed a Bachelor of Engineering degree in Electrical Engineering in 1986, after which she completed a Master of Applied Science degree in Computer Engineering at the University of Toronto in 1990. Her thesis focused on computational linguistics, a field of artificial intelligence. She is a retired member of the Ordre des Ingénieurs du Québec. She speaks French and English, some Spanish, Italian, Russian, and German. During her schooling, Between 1986 and 1988, Payette also worked as a systems engineer for IBM Canada's Science Engineering Division. From 1988 to 1990, as a graduate student at the University of Toronto, she was involved in a high-performance computer architecture project and worked as a teaching assistant. At the beginning of 1991, Payette joined the Communications and Science Department of the IBM Zurich Research Laboratory in Switzerland for a one-year visiting scientist appointment. When she returned to Canada, in January 1992, she joined the speech research group of Bell Northern Research in Montreal, where she was responsible for a project in telephone speech comprehension using computer voice recognition. Canadian Space Agency. Payette was selected by the Canadian Space Agency as one of 4 astronauts from a field of 5,330 applicants in June 1992. After undergoing basic training in Canada, she worked as a technical advisor for the Mobile Servicing System, an advanced robotics system and Canada's contribution to the International Space Station. In 1993, Payette established the Human-Computer Interaction Group at the Canadian Astronaut Program and served as a technical specialist on the NATO International Research Study Group on Speech Processing. In preparation for a space assignment, Payette obtained her commercial pilot license and logged 120 hours as a research operator on reduced gravity aircraft. In April 1996, Payette was certified as a 1-atmosphere deep sea diving suit operator. Payette obtained her captaincy on the CT-114 Tudor military jet at CFB Moose Jaw in February 1996 and her military instrument rating in 1997. Payette has logged more than 1,300 hours of flight time, including 600 hours on high-performance jet aircraft. Payette reported to the Johnson Space Center in August 1996 to begin mission specialist training. After completing 1 year of training, she was assigned to work on the Mobile Servicing System. Payette completed the initial astronaut training in April 1998. Spaceflight experience. Payette served as chief astronaut for the Canadian Space Agency from 2000 to 2007. She also worked as capsule communicator at the Mission Control Center in Houston for several years, including the return to flight mission STS-114. She was lead capsule communicator during STS-121. STS-96. Payette flew on the Space Shuttle Discovery from May 27 to June 6, 1999, as part of the crew of STS-96. During the mission, the crew performed the first manual docking of the shuttle to the International Space Station and delivered 4 tons of logistics and supplies to the station. On Discovery, Payette served as a mission specialist. Her main responsibility was to operate the Canadarm robotic arm from the space station. The STS-96 mission was accomplished in 153 orbits of the Earth, traveling over 6 million kilometers, 3,700,000 miles, in 9 days, 19 hours, and 13 minutes. Payette became the first Canadian to participate in an ISS assembly mission and aboard the space station. STS-127. Payette visited the space station again in 2009 as a mission specialist aboard Space Shuttle Endeavour during mission STS-127 from July 15 to 31, 2009, and was a flight engineer and lead robotic operator during the mission. At that time, Robert Thirsk was a member of Expedition 20 on the space station. Endeavour's docking at the space station marked the first time 2 Canadians met in space. During her second mission, Payette brought a signed sweater of the famed Montreal Canadiens player Maurice Richard, stating she had brought Richard, who was known as the Rocket, into the Rocket to celebrate the hockey team's 100th anniversary. Post-CSA, during 2011 to 2013, she worked at the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars in Washington, D.C., and was also a scientific delegate to the United States for the Quebec government. For the next 3 years, Payette was Chief Operating Officer of the Montreal Science Center of the Société du Vieux-Port de Montréal. During that time, she was also a Vice President of the Canada Lands Company. She abruptly left the Science Center after a prolonged strike, as she was tired of the battles that came with her position. Prior to her departure, numerous employees came forward alleging verbal abuse that created a hostile working environment, as Payette was intimidating and determined to be very hands-on and in control of every aspect. In April 2016, Payette was appointed to the board of the Canadian Olympic Committee and attended the 2016 Summer Olympics. She left the Canadian Olympic Committee in 2017 after 2 internal investigations into her treatment of staff, including verbal harassment. In about 2017, she was appointed to the International Olympic Committee's Women in Sports Commission. Payette has served on boards of directors at Queen's University, Canada's own the Podium Olympic Program, Montreal Science Centre Foundation, Robotique First Quebec, Drug Free Kids Canada, the Montreal Bach Festival, the National Bank of Canada, Development Aéroport Saint-Hubert de Longueuil, and others. She is a member of the Ordre des Ingénieurs du Québec and a fellow of the International Academy of Astronautics. As well, Payette is a member of the Faculty of Engineering Advisory Board of McGill University. Governor-General of Canada. Payette was announced on July 13, 2017, as Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's recommendation to be the 29th Governor-General of Canada. She was scheduled to take office October 2, 2017, after the completion of briefings from the incumbent, David Johnston. After the announcement was made, Johnston issued a statement congratulating Payette and welcoming a Canadian of extraordinary achievement, admired by all. As Governor-General designate, Payette had her first official meeting with Queen Elizabeth II on September 20, 2017 at Balmoral Castle, when she was also invested by Her Majesty as an Extraordinary Companion of the Order of Canada, CC, an Extraordinary Commander of the Order of Military Merit, CMM, and a Commander of the Order of Merit of the Police Forces, COM. Payette was installed as Governor-General on October 2, 2017. Afterwards, she urged Canadians to work together on issues such as climate change, migration, and poverty. Anyone can accomplish anything and rise to the challenge as long as they are willing to work with others, to let go of the personal agenda, to reach a higher goal, and to do what is right for the common good. This is exactly what I hope my mandate as the Governor-General will reflect, Payette said. Tenure. As she was completing her first year as a vice-regal representative in September 2018, Payette faced some criticism about controversial comments she had made against those who believe in creationism and those who did not believe in climate change. At the Canadian Science Policy Conference the next month, she argued strongly for greater public acceptance of science, saying that too many people believe in astrology, deny climate change, and believe that maybe taking a sugar pill will cure cancer. A Skeptical Inquirer article described her remarks as refreshing. George Dvorsky from Gizmodo.com stated her words were a breath of fresh air. In subsequent comments, Payette emphasized the importance of debate and critical thinking, but admitted that she was still growing into her role and needed more time to adapt to the position. I learned that you have to be careful about how you say things, but not what you say, she added. Some time later, she offered an additional explanation to PAC. I made a speech as I had as an astronaut, and I'm not an astronaut any longer. I'm Governor-General. I represent all Canadians. I've learned those lessons. Weeks later, she faced criticism about her work ethic, with some suggesting that she had not devoted enough time and dedication to the role of Governor-General, knowing that she had not visited several of the provinces in her nearly 12-month tenure. The Toronto Star published specifics, confirming the more numerous appearances her 2 predecessors had made per year. Rideau Hall spokesperson Marie Letourneau said that the first year of every mandate is a period of learning, adjustment, and adaptation from both the Governor-General and Rideau Hall staff. 50. The Governor-General Office's lengthy review of patronage activities that her predecessors had automatically done by long-standing tradition left several established nonprofit groups without committed support from the office and facing organizational changes. Later in September, the Governor-General's office confirmed that Payette would not preside over the 2018 Governor-General's History Award ceremony. On September 27th, Payette acknowledged the articles that had painted an unfavorable image of our work in an email to staff, expressed regret about the effect of the criticisms on morale, and assured them that she was very proud of all we have achieved together to date. During Payette's tenure, The media also raised concerns over questionable spending projects at Rideau Hall and her refusal to move into Rideau Hall after renovations were complete. It was reported that the spending included around $140,000 on studying and designing a private staircase that was never built and $117,500 on a gate and series of doors to keep people away from Payette's office. With much of the grounds of Rideau Hall open to the public, it was, however, recognized that there were current accessibility, privacy, and security concerns, especially in light of the July 2nd security breach on the grounds by Corey Heron. Resignation. On July 21, 2020, CBC News reported that Payette had allegedly created a toxic work environment at Rideau Hall by verbally abusing employees. 2 days later, spurred on by the CBC News report, the Privy Council office formally launched an investigation into her conduct. Many former employees of the Montreal Science Centre told the National Post they witnessed similarly abusive behavior by Payette in her time at the institution, although others described her behavior as a result of rigorously high standards. Payette said that she supported the investigation into the workplace harassment. The Privy Council office's independent report found that Payette presided over a toxic work environment, detailing yelling, screaming, aggressive conduct, demeaning comments, and public humiliations. On January 21, 2021, in what CBC News described as an unprecedented move, Payette announced her resignation as Governor General, which was effective the following day, after the completion of an independent workplace review of several claims of workplace harassment in the form of belittling, berating, and publicly humiliating staff, as remaining in her post would risk inflicting serious damage on the office. The secretary to the Governor General played a critical role in Payette's downfall. Payette's commission as Governor General was formally terminated by royal letters patent issued on January 22nd. Richard Wagner, the Chief Justice of Canada, was sworn in as administrator on January 23, 2021. Trudeau was criticized by 15 sources interviewed by the CBC for failing to vet Payette properly, as the PMO did not conduct checks with Payette's past employers, Montreal Science Centre and Canadian Olympic Committee, that could have uncovered that her style and temperament were unsuited for the diplomatically sensitive and public role of Governor General. As a result of her resignation, renewed scrutiny arose around the pension and benefits afforded to retired governors general. Under current law, she will receive a lifetime pension of nearly $150,000 and also can claim an additional $206,000 in expenses each year. Carleton University academic Philippe Lagasse has speculated that Payette's decision to resign may have been motivated by her desire to protect her entitlements, as Parliament would be unlikely to retroactively reduce them. Personal life. Payette has been married and divorced twice. First to Francois Brissette in the 1990s, and secondly to William Flynn, with whom she had a son in 2003, and from whom she divorced in 2015. Payette plays the piano and has sung with the Montreal Symphony Orchestra and the Fel Music Chamber Choir. Currently, she sings with the Ottawa Bach Choir. Among her other hobbies are running, skiing, racket sports, and scuba diving. In July 2011, Payette was driving and struck and killed a pedestrian who had stepped off a curb to cross the road when she should not have. The case was closed in 2012 as she was found not at fault. She was also charged with second-degree assault in Maryland on November 24, 2011. At least one anonymously quoted source has alleged that the victim of the assault was her then-husband, Billy Flynn. Though the charges were later dropped, the couple split several weeks later and subsequently divorced. Payette has stated that charges were unfounded, but refused to comment further on the circumstances leading to her being charged with assault. These incidents raise questions on the vetting process, as she had been selected by Prime Minister Trudeau without consulting an ad hoc committee of experts. Such a committee was the means by which outgoing Governor General David Johnston had been selected by the Conservative government of Stephen Harper. Once Payette was named Governor General Designate, media organizations pressed for the release of the divorce records, which Payette initially attempted to keep sealed before abandoning the bid. Honors appointments. 2000, Knight of the National Order of Quebec. June 10, 2010. Member of the Canadian Aviation Hall of Fame 71. May 6, 2010 to September 20th, 2017. Officer of the Order of Canada, OC. September 20th, 2017 to October 2nd, 2017. Companion of the Order of Canada, C-72. October 2nd, 2017 to January 21st, 2021. Chancellor and Principal and Extraordinary Companion of the Order of Canada, CC. January 21st, 2021. Extraordinary Companion of the Order of Canada, CC. 2013, Academy of Great Montrealers, Scientific Category, 73. 2016, Commander of the Order of Montreal, 73. September 20th, 2017 to October 2nd, 2017. Commander of the Order of Military Merit, CMM, 72. October 2nd, 2017 to January 21st, 2021. Chancellor and Extraordinary Commander of the Order of Military Merit, CMM. January 21st, 2021. Extraordinary Commander of the Order of Military Merit, CMM, 72. September 20th, 2017 to October 2nd, 2017. Commander of the Order of Merit of the Police Forces, COM, 74. October 2nd, 2017 to January 21st, 2021. Chancellor and Commander of the Order of Merit of the Police Forces, COM. January 21st, 2021. Commander of the Order of Merit of the Police Forces, COM. October 2nd, 2017 to January 21st, 2021. Patron Scout of Canada. October 2nd, 2017 to January 21st, 2021. Honorary Chief Commissioner of the Canadian Coast Guard. Medals. 2012. Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medal. September 28, 2017, Canadian Forces Decoration. Foreign Honors. June 6, 1999, NASA Space Flight Medal. 2001, Knight of Ordre de la Pléiade de l'Association de Parlementaires de Langue Française. June 25, 2010, NASA Exceptional Service Medal. October 25, 2018, Grand Cross of National Order of Merit of Burkina Faso. Honorary Military Appointments. October 2nd, 2017 to January 21st, 2021. Colonel of the Governor-General's Horse Guards. October 2nd, 2017 to January 21st, 2021. Colonel of the Governor-General's Foot Guards. October 2nd, 2017 to January 21st, 2021. Colonel of the Canadian Grenadier Guards. Honorary degrees. Payette holds 28 honorary doctorates, some of the honorary degrees she has received. 1999, Queen's University, Doctor of Science. 1999, University of Ottawa, Doctor of the University. March 10th, 2000, Simon Fraser University, Doctor of Laws, LLD. 2000, University Laval, Doctorate. 2001, University of Regina, Doctorate. 2001, Royal Roads University, Doctorate. June 13th, 2001, University of Toronto, Doctor of Science, DSc. June 2002, University of Victoria, Doctor of Science, DSc. 2002, Nipissing University, Doctor of Letters, DLit. June 3rd, 2003, McGill University, Doctor of Science. 2004, Mount St. Vincent University, Doctor of Humane Letters. June 2004, McMaster University, Doctor of Science. 2005, University of Lethbridge, Doctor of Science. 2005, Mount Allison University. 2006, University of Alberta, Doctorate. November 25th, 2010, University of British Columbia, Doctor of Science. 2010, York University, Doctor of Science. June 2010, Concordia University, Doctor of Science. 2010, University of Waterloo, Doctor of Science. 2011, Niagara University, Doctor of Laws. 2011, Ryerson University, Doctor of Engineering. 2012, Carleton University, Doctor of Engineering. June 4th, 2012, Vancouver Island University, Doctor of Technology. 2013, University of Moncton. May 30th, 2013, University of Manitoba, Doctor of Science. June 10th, 2013, University of Calgary, Doctor of Laws. June 23rd, 2016, British Columbia Institute of Technology, Doctor of Technology. June 1st, 2018, Université de Montréal. Honorific eponyms. Schools: Julie Payette Public School, Whitby. Other honors: Payette assisted in the carrying of the Olympic flag in the opening ceremonies of the 2010 Olympic Winter Games in Vancouver, British Columbia. She also attended the opening ceremony of the Pyeongchang Olympics 8 years later. Well, that was another profile video. I hope you enjoyed. If you have any thoughts about Julie Payette, let me know them in the comments. I would like to read them. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. As always, until next time, keep on collecting. Bye.
Welcome, Autograph Fisherman here, and I have a profile video for you. Today it is Dave Reid. Born May 15, 1964. Etobicoke, Ontario, Canada. Height 6 feet 0 inches, 183 centimeters. Weight 205 pounds, 93 kilograms. 14 stone 9 pounds. Position left wing. Shot left. Played for Boston Bruins, Toronto Maple Leafs, Dallas Stars, Colorado Avalanche. NHL Draft 60th overall, 1982. Boston Bruins. Playing career 1984 to 2001. David William Reid, born May 15, 1964, is a Canadian former ice hockey left-winger. He played in the National Hockey League with the Boston Bruins, Toronto Maple Leafs, Dallas Stars, and the Colorado Avalanche. Playing career. Selected in the 1982 NHL entry draft by the Boston Bruins, Reid spent his first few seasons between the parent club and the minors. In 1988, he signed as a free agent with the Toronto Maple Leafs. After 3 seasons in Toronto, he returned to Boston where he would play for the next 5 seasons. Reid signed with the Dallas Stars in 1996, and in 1999, he helped the Stars win their first Stanley Cup. Reid scored a personal best 10 playoff points while skating on a line with Jamie Langenbrunner and Joe Nieuwendyk. Reid would move on and sign with the Colorado Avalanche after the season, where he would play for the last 2 years of his NHL career. In 2001, he added a second Stanley Cup to his resume while with the Avalanche. In 961 NHL games, Reid scored 165 goals and 204 assists for a total of 369 points. Over his career, Reid provided depth scoring and was effective penalty killer. For the 1990-91 NHL season, he led the league and tied a Maple Leafs team record with 8 shorthanded goals. Reid placed in the top 5 in 3 other seasons, finishing his career with 28 shorthanded goals. Post-retirement. Since retirement, Reid has moved into the field of broadcasting. He is frequently seen as one of several rotating analysts on the NHL Network's nightly NHL on the Fly television program. He was also the color commentator for the gold medal game of the 2009 World U-17 Hockey Challenge on TSN in Port Alberni. On May 4, 2010, Reid was hired as the general manager of the OHL's Peterborough Petes. The team failed to make the playoffs in either 2011 or 2012, and, after a slow start to the 2012-13 season, he was fired on October 9, 2012. Reid currently serves as an analyst for NHL Network and TSN. He won 2 Stanley Cups, one in 1999 and the other in 2001. Well, that was another player profile. Hope you enjoyed. If you have any thoughts about Dave Reid, let me know them in the comments. I like to read them. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. As always, until next time, keep on collecting. Bye.
Hello, Autograph Fisherman here, and I have another player profile for you. Today it is Chico Resch. Born July 10, 1948. Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, Canada. Height 5 feet 9 inches, 175 centimeters. Weight 195 pounds, 88 kilograms, 13 stone 13 pounds. Position goaltender. Caught left. Played for New York Islanders, Colorado Rockies, New Jersey Devils, Philadelphia Flyers, National Team Canada and United States. NHL Draft Undrafted. Playing career 1971 to 1987. Glenn Allen Chico Resch, born July 10, 1948, is a Canadian-American former professional ice hockey goaltender and television sportscaster. He played in the National Hockey League from 1973 to 1987 and won a Stanley Cup with the New York Islanders in 1979 to 80. He has served as the color commentator for telecasts of New Jersey Devils games on MSG Network and MSG+. Playing career. Junior and minor pro hockey. Resch started his playing career as goalie for the University of Minnesota Duluth Bulldogs. After earning a degree in education, he turned pro with the Muskegon Mohawks of the IHL, where he won 3 awards in his first season: the James Norris Memorial Trophy for the fewest goals allowed, Rookie of the Year honors, and selection to the first All-Star team. The following year he graduated to the New Haven Nighthawks of the American Hockey League and then spent most of the 1973-74 season with the Fort Worth Wings of the CHL, where he won the league's MVP honors and was voted a first-team All-Star. He made his NHL debut with the New York Islanders on February 3, 1974, in a 4-2 loss to the California Golden Seals and earned his first NHL victory 2 nights later, with a 6-2 win over the Minnesota North Stars, before returning to the Wings for the remainder of the season. New York Islanders. The next season, 1974-75, was Resch's first full year in the NHL. In 25 games, he had 12 wins, 7 losses, and 5 ties, with 3 shutouts and a 2.47 goals against average. He did well in the playoffs too, earning 8 wins, 4 losses and a 2.17 goals against average. Resch was in goal as the Islanders overcame 3-0 deficits against the Pittsburgh Penguins and Philadelphia Flyers. The Islanders defeated the Penguins in 7 games, winning the decisive game 1-0 on a goal by team captain Ed Westfall. The comeback is considered one of the greatest in sports history and is one of only 5 times in history that a North American professional sports team won a best-of-7 series after losing the first 3 games. The others were the 1941-42 Toronto Maple Leafs, the 2004 Boston Red Sox, Major League Baseball, the 2009-10 Philadelphia Flyers, and the 2013-14 Los Angeles Kings. In the following round, the Islanders again rallied from a 3-0 deficit to force a Game 7, but the Flyers eliminated the Islanders with a 4-1 win in the deciding game. In 1975-76, Resch played 44 games and earned 23 wins, 11 losses, 8 ties, 7 shutouts and a 2.07 goals against average, resulting in his being selected to the second All-Star team by season's end. Over the next few seasons, he shared the goaltending duties with another promising young goalie, Billy Smith. In 1978-79, Resch and Smith backstopped the Islanders to the best regular season record in the league, and Resch earned second All-Star team honors again. However, the team was beaten by the New York Rangers in the Stanley Cup semifinals. In 1979-80, his 6th full season with the Islanders, Resch served as the backup through most of the team's successful playoff run to the Stanley Cup. He was one of the key players from the Islanders' 1979 first-place team who left the team or had their roles diminished. Before the end of the season, general manager Bill Torrey had traded away longtime and popular veterans Billy Harris and Dave Lewis to the Los Angeles Kings in return for Butch Goring. Colorado Rockies, New Jersey Devils. The next season, on March 10, 1981, Resch was traded to the struggling Colorado Rockies along with Steve Tambellini for Mike McEwen and Yari Kurila. He returned to Long Island for the first time as an opponent on February 20, 1982. The Islanders defeated the Rockies 3-2 on a goal in the final minute by John Tonelli. The victory was the Islanders' 15th straight, which set an NHL record at the time. Resch played in Colorado for the rest of the 1980-81 season and the 1981-82 season before the franchise moved to New Jersey to become the New Jersey Devils. Resch shouldered a heavy load over the next few years, but the Devils did not win many games. Philadelphia Flyers.
Resch was traded to the Philadelphia Flyers on March 11, 1986, for a third-round pick in the 1986 NHL entry draft, who turned out to be Mark Laniel. He served as a backup to rookie sensation Ron Hextall in 1986-87. Resch did not play in the 1987 playoffs, when the Flyers defeated his old team, the New York Islanders, in 7 games in the second round. In the pre-game warm-up of Game 6 of the conference finals with the Montreal Canadiens, Resch was ejected from one of the games for his part in starting a pre-game brawl with Montreal's Claude Lemieux. The Flyers won that series but lost to the Edmonton Oilers in 7 games in the Stanley Cup Finals. In 1986-87 he went 6-5-2 in 17 games, his first winning season since he left the Islanders. When he retired in 1987, he was the last active player who had been born in the 1940s. International play. Resch is the only goaltender to represent 2 different countries at Canada Cup. In 1976, he was a member of the Canadian team, whereas in 1984 he represented the United States as he attained U.S. citizenship after marrying an American and being a legal resident for many years. In 1981, he turned down Don Cherry's offer to represent Canada at the 1981 World Ice Hockey Championships in Sweden, and represented the U.S. at the same tournament the following year in Finland. Broadcasting career. Resch was considered to be a good subject for interviews during his playing days, so it was no surprise that he became a television commentator. He began broadcasting during his playing days, often working as an analyst for the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation's Hockey Night in Canada in the playoffs if his team missed the playoffs or have been eliminated from Stanley Cup contention. After retiring as a player, he worked as a color commentator on the Minnesota North Stars television broadcasts during the 1987-88 and 1988-89 seasons. After working as a general manager for a Canadian junior hockey team and as a professional coach, mainly for the Ottawa Senators, Resch served for 15 years on Fox Sports New York, later renamed MSG+, as a commentator on New Jersey Devils games with announcer Mike Emrick. After Emrick left to work for NBC exclusively, Resch spent the next 3 years paired with Steve Cangelosi. Shortly before the end of the 2013-14 season, Resch announced that he would be leaving the Devils crew and moving to Minnesota at the wish of his wife. He called his last Devils game on April 13, 2014. On October 5, 2017, the New Jersey Devils announced that Resch would be joining their radio broadcast team as the color commentator alongside play-by-play announcer Matt Laughlin. Personal life. Resch resides in Lyndhurst, New Jersey during the NHL season and in Brainerd, Minnesota and Emily, Minnesota in the off-season. During his playing career with the Devils he lived in Little Ferry and Ridgewood, New Jersey. Resch and his wife chose Lyndhurst for its small-town feel, public transportation access and proximity to both Manhattan and Newark, where the Devils play their home games. His daughter, Holly, is an artist and she illustrated of one of Resch's books, Tales from the Devil's Ice. Resch is one of the supporters and coaches for Hockey Ministries International in the off-season, where he teaches young boys and girls hockey and ethics skills at Christian hockey camps. Resch was given the nickname Chico by the Islanders' teammate Doug Rombaugh, after the character portrayed by Freddie Prinze on the 1970s sitcom Chico, and the man chants of "Let's Go, Chico" rang out at every Devils game when he played. In the early 2000s, the same nickname was given to the Phoenix Coyotes goaltender Robert Esche, whose sticks were labeled R.ESCHE, which resembled Resch. Awards and honors. All-WCHA Second Team 1970-71. Stanley Cup Champion 1979-80. Bill Masterton Trophy 1981-82. Resch played in the NHL All-Star Game in 1976, 1977, and 1984. In the 1984 game he was the winning goaltender for the Wales Conference. Also, he was named to the postseason second All-Star team in 1976 and 1979. Well, that concludes another player profile. Hope you enjoyed. If you have any thoughts about Chico Resch, put them in the comments. I like to read them. Please remember to like, share and subscribe. As always, until next time, keep on collecting. Bye.
Welcome, Autograph Fisherman here, and I have a player profile for you.
Today it is Bill Ranford. Born December 14, 1966. Brandon, Manitoba, Canada. Height 5 feet 11 inches, 180 centimeters. Weight 185 pounds, 84 kilograms, 13 stone 3 pounds. Position goaltender. Caught left. Played for Boston Bruins, Edmonton Oilers, Washington Capitals, Tampa Bay Lightning, Detroit Red Wings, National Team Canada. NHL Draft 52nd overall, 1985. Boston Bruins. Playing career 1985 to 2000. William Edward Ranford, born December 14, 1966, is a Canadian former professional ice hockey goaltender and current director of goaltending for the Los Angeles Kings. He was selected in the third round of the 1985 NHL entry draft, 52nd overall, by the Boston Bruins. Over the course of 15 NHL seasons, Ranford played with Boston, the Edmonton Oilers, Washington Capitals, Tampa Bay Lightning, and Detroit Red Wings, winning 2 Stanley Cups, a Canada Cup, and the 1994 Men's Ice Hockey World Championships while playing for Canada. He is the only goaltender in history to be awarded the MVP of the Stanley Cup playoffs, Canada Cup/World Cup, and Men's Ice Hockey World Championship. Early life and career. Ranford was born in Brandon, Manitoba, but because his father was in the Canadian Armed Forces, he grew up in various places across Canada and even lived in Germany for a few years. As a child, he took figure skating lessons before eventually deciding to go into goaltending. He played for local teams in Portage la Prairie, Manitoba, Prince Edward Island, and Red Deer, Alberta. He attended New Westminster Secondary School while playing for the Western Hockey League's New Westminster Bruins, graduating in 1985. That same month, he was drafted by Boston in the third round, 52nd overall, in the 1985 NHL entry draft. Ranford's post-draft year, 1985-86, was an eventful one as he was named to the WHL second All-Star team and saw his first NHL action after the WHL season ended, winning 3 of 4 games for Boston, before going 0-2 in the playoffs. To start the next year, Boston assigned him to the Moncton Golden Flames of the AHL, where he went 3-0 to start the season and wound up spending the rest of the year with Boston. The replacement of Bruins coach Butch Goring with Terry O'Reilly led to Ranford falling out of favor and eventually being dealt on March 8, 1988 from the Boston Bruins with Jeff Courtnall to the Edmonton Oilers in exchange for Andy Moog. Prior to the trade, he had spent most of the 1987-88 season with the AHL's Maine Mariners, but that was the last time he played at the minor league level. NHL career. Ranford won his first Stanley Cup in 1988 as the backup to Grant Fuhr. In 1990, and with constant comparisons to the injured Fuhr, Ranford emerged as a first-rate goaltender, leading the Oilers to the Stanley Cup and winning the Conn Smythe Trophy, playoff MVP in the process. It was the last cup that the Edmonton Oilers dynasty won. Ranford went on to play the next 6 seasons in Edmonton before being dealt back to the Boston Bruins on January 11, 1996 for Mariusz Czerkawski, Sean Brown, and a first-round pick in the 1996 entry draft, Matthew Descato. After fewer than 2 seasons with Boston, Ranford was dealt to the Washington Capitals on March 1, 1997 with Adam Oates and Rick Tocchet for Jason Allison, Anson Carter, Jim Carey, a conditional draft pick in the 1998 entry draft, and a third-round pick in the 1997 entry draft, Lee Goren. Ranford was initially the starting goaltender for Washington but was injured in the opening game of the 1997-98 season and missed a significant portion of the season. When he returned, Olaf Kolzig had taken over the starting position. The Capitals advanced to the Stanley Cup Finals that year. It was Ranford's third trip to the finals, though Kolzig played every minute of the playoffs. On June 18, 1998, he was dealt to the Tampa Bay Lightning for a second-round pick in the 1999 entry draft and a third-round pick in the 1998 entry draft, Todd Hornung. He began the season with Tampa Bay but was traded to the Detroit Red Wings on March 23, 1999 for a conditional draft pick. It was the second deal between the two teams that day. The prior trade brought Wendell Clark and a draft pick to the Red Wings and goaltender Kevin Hodson and a draft pick to the Lightning. The Wendell Clark trade allowed the Ranford deal to go through. Ranford saw his final playoff action that spring, appearing in 4 games in the second round while starter Chris Osgood was injured. Ranford went 2-2 and recorded his 4th career playoff shutout. His final year in the NHL was 1999-2000, where Ranford returned to Edmonton as a free agent, backing up Tommy Salo before announcing his retirement on April 24. International career. Ranford represented Canada on a few occasions in his career. He was the starting goaltender in the 1991 Canada Cup and went undefeated, playing in all 7 of his team's games. He was named to the tournament All-Star team. In 1994, he was Canada's starting goaltender at the World Championships, backstopping Canada to its first gold medal since 1961. After stopping the last Finnish shooter, Mika Nieminen, in the decisive shootout in the gold medal game, Ranford jumped into the air and was mobbed by his teammates. He was chosen to play for Canada a third time in 1996 at the 1996 World Cup of Hockey, but this time he was the third stringer behind Curtis Joseph and Martin Brodeur, and didn't play in any games. Post-NHL career. Ranford played net for the Edmonton Oilers alumni team at the 2003 Heritage Classic, the first outdoor regular season game in NHL history. Ranford and Grant Fuhr took turns in goal and held the Montreal Canadiens alumni team scoreless in a 2-0 victory. Ranford acted in the 2004 movie Miracle, performing the on-ice scenes behind the mask as the goaltender for Team USA Jim Craig, because he had the same stand-up style as Craig. Ranford served as the goalie coach for the WHL Vancouver Giants for the 2004 to 2005 and 2005 to 2006 seasons. On July 10, 2006, he was named the goaltending coach of the Los Angeles Kings. In May 2023, Ranford was named Kings Director of Goaltending. His name was etched onto the Stanley Cup a third time in 2012, and a fourth time in 2014. He is also a part owner of the Coquitlam Express of the British Columbia Hockey League, Tier 2 Junior. The Bill Ranford Trophy is awarded to the top goaltender in Alberta Midget AAA hockey. Personal life. Ranford is the uncle of professional ice hockey player Brendan Ranford. He is married to Kelly, and has 2 daughters, Cassidy and Tristan. Awards. 1986, WHL West Second All-Star Team. 1988, 1990, Stanley Cup Champion. 1990, Conn Smythe Trophy MVP. 1991, National Hockey League All-Star Game. 1991, Canada Cup, Team Canada. 1991, Canada Cup MVP. 1994, Ice Hockey World Championships, Team Canada. 1994, Ice Hockey World Championships MVP. 1996 runner-up, World Cup of Hockey, Team Canada. 2012, 2014, Stanley Cup champion, as goaltending coach. Transactions. June 15, 1985, Ranford drafted by Boston. March 8, 1988, Ranford traded from Boston to Edmonton, along with Jeff Courtnall in exchange for Andy Moog. January 11, 1996, Ranford traded from Edmonton to Boston in exchange for Sean Brown, Mariusz Czerkowski and a first-round draft pick, Matthew Descotto. March 1, 1997, Ranford traded from Boston to Washington, along with Adam Oates and Rick Tocchet in exchange for Jason Allison, Anson Carter, and Jim Carey. June 18, 1998, Ranford traded from Washington to Tampa Bay in exchange for a second and third-round draft pick, Todd Hornung. March 23, 1999, Ranford traded from Tampa Bay to Detroit in exchange for a conditional draft pick. August 4, 1999, Ranford signs with Edmonton. Well, that's another player profile. I hope you enjoyed. If you have any thoughts about Bill Ranford, let me know them in the comments. I like to read them. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. As always, until next time, keep on collecting. Bye.
Welcome, Autograph Fisherman here, and I have another profile video for you. Today it is Chris Simon, born January 30th, 1972, Wawa, Ontario, Canada. Died March 18th, 2024, age 52, Wawa, Ontario, Canada. Height 6 feet 4 inches, 193 centimeters. Weight 232 pounds, 105 kilograms. 16 stone 8 pounds. Position left wing. Shot left. Played for Quebec Nordiques, Colorado Avalanche, Washington Capitals, Chicago Blackhawks, New York Rangers, Calgary Flames, New York Islanders, Minnesota Wild, Vityaz Chekhov, UHC Dynamo, Metallurg Novokuznetsk, NHL Draft 25th overall, 1990. Philadelphia Flyers. Playing career 1992 to 2013. Christopher J. Simon, January 30th, 1972 to March 18th, 2024, was a Canadian professional ice hockey left winger who played in the National Hockey League and Continental Hockey League. Known as an aggressive player, he was suspended 8 times for a combined total of 65 games during his NHL career. Playing career. Simon grew up in Wawa, Ontario, playing his minor hockey for the Wawa Flyers of the Noha. As a bantam, he played Junior B hockey for the Sault Ste. Marie Thunderbirds of the NOJHL in 1987 to 88. Simon was selected in the 3rd round, 42nd overall, of the 1988 OHL priority selection by the Ottawa 67s. As a teen, he fought addictions and served an 8-game suspension for a stick-swinging incident while on the 67s. Simon subsequently became sober and counseled Indigenous youth on the dangers of alcohol. He later said he would not have made it in the NHL if he had not quit drinking. During the 1990 to 91 OHL season, Simon served a 12-game suspension for slashing David Babcock in the face, breaking 7 teeth, and opening a gash that required 21 stitches. The following season, Simon was suspended 8 times for a total of 34 games, on 2 of those occasions by his own team. Simon was drafted in the 2nd round, 25th overall, of the 1990 NHL entry draft by the Philadelphia Flyers, but was traded as part of the Eric Lindros trade to the Quebec Nordiques before playing any games for the Flyers. He also played for the Calgary Flames, Colorado Avalanche, Washington Capitals, Chicago Blackhawks, New York Rangers, where he split the season as a left wing and right wing, New York Islanders, and Minnesota Wild. In 1996, Simon won the Stanley Cup with the Avalanche. Each player on the winning team is given 24 hours alone with the cup. Simon took it to his hometown of Wawa, Ontario. After showing it to the townspeople, he and his maternal grandfather took the cup on a fishing trip. Simon was a member of the Washington Capitals when they went to the Stanley Cup Finals in 1998. He had been enjoying great offensive success that season until a shoulder injury knocked him out for much of the playoff run. Simon underwent season-ending shoulder surgery in December 1998. He was the team's leading goal scorer in the 1999 to 2000 season, with 29 goals in 75 games. Simon also made it to the Stanley Cup Finals with the Calgary Flames in 2004 and played for the Flames for 2 seasons before being signed as a free agent in 2006 by the New York Islanders. He was then traded to the Minnesota Wild for a 6th-round draft pick. Simon was of Ojibwe descent and was born in Wawa, Ontario. Simon was seen as a role model to Native Canadians for his accomplishments in the NHL. Suspensions. Simon was involved in numerous on-ice incidents and was suspended 8 times by the NHL for his conduct, for a grand total of 65 games. Mike Grier incident. On November 8, 1997, during a game against the Edmonton Oilers, Simon was suspended 3 games for directing a racial slur at Edmonton's Mike Grier. Grier allegedly made derogatory comments about Simon's Ojibwe heritage, and Simon allegedly responded with a racial slur towards Grier, who is black, although the words spoken between the 2 players were never confirmed. Simon flew to Toronto to apologize to Grier, who accepted. Grier and Simon were later teammates for a brief time in 2002 with the Washington Capitals. Ryan Hollweg incident. On March 8, 2007, the Islanders faced their rival, the New York Rangers, at the Nassau Veterans Memorial Coliseum. At 13:25 of the 3rd period, Rangers forward Ryan Hollweg checked Simon from what Simon felt was behind, knocking him face first into the boards and giving Simon a concussion. No penalty was assessed and play continued. Simon then took a 2-handed baseball swing in the face of Ryan Hollweg with his hockey stick as he skated by. Simon received a match penalty for attempt to injure, resulting in his ejection from the game. Hollweg suffered a cut to the chin that required 2 stitches. According to ESPN's Barry Melrose, Hollweg escaped serious injury because Simon's blow caught his shoulder pads before hitting his face. Simon was automatically suspended indefinitely by the NHL due to his match penalty pending ruling by the league commissioner Gary Bettman and disciplinarian Colin Campbell. On March 11th, he was suspended for the rest of the season, including playoffs, with a minimum of 25 games, and since the Islanders only played 5 playoff games, it continued into the first 5 games of the 2007-08 season. 17. The Nassau County District Attorney considered filing criminal charges against Simon, but declined. Hollweg later told Newsday that he was not interested in pressing charges. On March 10th, Simon issued a statement in which he apologized to Hollweg and the league and said that there is absolutely no place in hockey for what he did. He asserted that he did not remember much about the incident because he was completely out of it as a result of the concussion, Jarkko Ruutu incident. On December 15, 2007, at 14:06 of the third period of a home game against the Pittsburgh Penguins, Tim Jackman and Jarkko Ruutu exchanged words between the team's benches during a stoppage of play. Simon skated in behind Ruutu and pulled Ruutu's leg back with his own. When Ruutu fell to his knees, Simon stomped on the back of Ruutu's right leg with his skate and then stepped into the bench area. The incident was witnessed by referee Justin St. Pierre, who assessed Simon a match penalty for attempt to injure and ejected him from the game. The following Monday, Simon agreed to go on indefinite paid leave from the team, saying there was no excuse for his actions and that he needed some time away from hockey. However, the next day, Simon was suspended without pay for 30 games, the third longest suspension for an on-ice incident in modern NHL history behind a 41-game suspension to Raffi Torres in 2015 and a 1-year suspension handed down to Marty McSorley in 2000, though McSorley only sat out 23 games before his contract expired and he left the NHL. League disciplinarian Colin Campbell said that in his opinion, Simon had repeatedly evidenced the lack of ability to control his actions, and also stressed that this was his 8th disciplinary hearing. Following the suspension, Simon returned to play one more game with the New York Islanders before being traded to the Minnesota Wild. After Chris Pronger was not initially disciplined by the NHL when he stomped on Ryan Kessler's leg on March 12, 2008, Simon decried what he saw as unfair and unequal treatment. On March 15, 2008, after a second review, the NHL suspended Pronger for 8 games. Minor incidents. Simon was suspended for 1 game during the 2000 Stanley Cup playoffs for cross-checking Pittsburgh Penguins' Peter Popovich across the throat on April 13, 2000. He was given 2-game suspensions, first on April 5, 2001, for elbowing Anders Eriksson, and twice more in 2004 for cross-checking Tampa Bay Lightning's Ruslan Fedotenko and then jumping on and punching him, and for kneeing Dallas Stars' Sergei Zubov. Personal life and death. His father, John, is of Ojibwe descent from the Wikwemkung First Nation on Manitoulin Island. As a teenager, he struggled with an addiction to alcohol, but was helped to sobriety by future Buffalo Sabres and New York Islanders coach Ted Nolan in 1992. Simon's first wife was Lori Smith, and they had a son. Later they divorced. He and his second wife Valerie had 4 children, and they divorced in 2017. In 2017, Simon filed for bankruptcy and claimed he was unable to work due to his hockey injuries. In the filing, a doctor testified that Simon had symptoms of chronic traumatic encephalopathy, which were believed to be attributed to significant brain trauma during his hockey career. The doctor further claimed that Simon suffered from depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, and arthritis. Simon died by suicide on March 18, 2024, at the age of 52, attributed by his family to his struggles with CTE. Awards and honors. NHL Stanley Cup champion 1996, KHL, All-Star Game 2010-2011. Well, that was another profile video. I hope you enjoyed. If you have any thoughts about Chris Simon, let me know in the comments. I like to read them. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. As always, until next time, keep on collecting. Bye. Hello, Autograph Fisherman here, and I have another profile video for you. Today it is Shawn Green, right fielder, born November 10th, 1972. Des Plaines, Illinois, U.S. Batted left, through left, MLB debut, September 28th, 1993, for the Toronto Blue Jays. Last MLB appearance, September 30th, 2007, for the New York Mets. MLB statistics. Batting average .283, hits 2,003, home runs 328, runs batted in 1,070. Teams. Toronto Blue Jays, 1993 to 1999. Los Angeles Dodgers, 2000 to 2004. Arizona Diamondbacks, 2005 to 2006. New York Mets, 2006 to 2007. Career highlights and awards. 2 times All-Star, 1999, 2002. Gold Glove Award, 1999. Silver Slugger Award, 1999. Hit 4 home runs in 1 game on May 23, 2002. Shawn David Green, born November 10, 1972, is an American former professional baseball right fielder who played for multiple teams in Major League Baseball. Green was a first-round draft pick and a 2-time Major League All-Star. He drove in 100 runs 4 times and scored 100 runs 4 times, hit 40 or more home runs 3 times, led the league in doubles, extra base hits, and total bases, won both a Gold Glove Award and a Silver Slugger Award, and set the Dodgers' then single-season record in home runs. Green also set the MLB record for most total bases in a single game, with 19 on May 23, 2002 versus the Milwaukee Brewers. Green was in the top 5 in the league in home runs, RBIs, intentional walks, and MVP voting multiple times throughout his career. Besides having the most total bases in a game, Green holds or is tied for the following major league records: most home runs in a game 4, most extra base hits in a game 5, most runs scored in a game 6, most home runs in 2 consecutive games 5, most home runs in 3 consecutive games 7, and most consecutive at-bats in a game with a home run 4. Green broke the record of 18 total bases for home runs and 1 double, set by Joe Adcock of the Milwaukee Braves versus Brooklyn Dodgers in 1954. Josh Hamilton, who at the time was playing for the Texas Rangers, matched Adcock's 18 total bases, also 4 home runs and 1 double, against the Baltimore Orioles on May 8, 2012, 15 days before the 10th anniversary of Green breaking Adcock's record. At the time of his retirement, he was one of only 4 active players with at least 300 home runs, 1,000 runs and RBIs, for 100 doubles, a .280 batting average, and 150 stolen bases. The others were Barry Bonds, Ken Griffey Jr., and Gary Sheffield. Early and personal life. Green was born in Des Plaines, Illinois, and is Jewish. His family moved to New Jersey when he was 1 year old, then to San Jose, California, and finally to Tustin, California when he was 12 years old. His father, Ira, played forward in basketball at DePaul University for the Blue Demons during the 1960s, graduating in 1966, and his mother is the former Judy Schneider. Green was one of the best-known Jewish Major League ballplayers, and the most prominent one with the New York Mets since Art Shamsky played right field for the 1969 World Series champion Mets. 12 of Jewish major leaguers, only Hank Greenberg, with 331 home runs and 1,276 RBIs, has more major league home runs and RBIs than Green. Green opted to miss games on Yom Kippur, even when his team was in the middle of a playoff race. While Green is often likened to Hank Greenberg, Green's grandfather in fact shortened the family name from Greenberg to Green for business reasons. Green was arguably the best Jewish baseball player since Sandy Koufax, although his stats, especially his home runs, declined in his last years. Green retired on February 28, 2008. Green has a residence in the Orange County, California city of Irvine, which neighbors his old Tustin hometown. 19 in 2002, he married Lindsay Bear in a mixed Jewish and Christian ceremony. The couple have 2 daughters. High school. He attended Tustin High School in Tustin, California, where he tied the California Interscholastic Federation record with 147 hits during his high school career. He was a first-team selection to the 1991 USA Today All-USA High School team, while ranking third in his class academically, college, and the baseball draft. In 1991, Green won a baseball scholarship to Stanford University, where he became a brother of the Delta Tau Delta International Fraternity. Green was drafted by the Toronto Blue Jays as their first-round pick, 16th overall, in the 1991 amateur draft. The Blue Jays drafted him using a compensation pick from the San Francisco Giants, to whom they had lost Bud Black via free agency. Green ultimately struck a deal with the Blue Jays. They agreed that Green would play in the minor leagues during the summer, but go back to the university in the off-season. Green received one of the highest signing bonuses at that time, $725,000, $1,622,000 today, a portion of which he donated to the Metropolitan Toronto Housing Authority Breakfast Club, which provides breakfast for kids who would otherwise go to school hungry. Minor league career. In 1992, Green played for the Dunedin Blue Jays of the Florida State League and was selected to the league's All-Star team. Green spent most of 1993 and 1994 in the minors, where he compiled impressive numbers. In 1994, he hit .344, winning the International League batting title, while ranking third in runs, hits, and on-base percentage, and hitting 13 home runs with 61 RBIs for Toronto's AAA affiliate, the Syracuse Chiefs. He was an International League All-Star, was voted the International League Rookie of the Year, and was also voted the International League's Best Batting Prospect, Best Outfield Arm, and Most Exciting Player in Baseball America's Tools of the Trade poll. In addition, he won the R. Howard Webster Award as the Chiefs MVP and was the Blue Jays Minor League Player of the Year. Green then hit .306 in the 1994 to 1995 Venezuelan Winter League. Major League career. Toronto Blue Jays, 1993 to 1999. Green made his Major League debut on September 28 as the second youngest player in the Major Leagues. Though he did not play in the 1993 World Series, he was awarded a World Series ring. He appeared in just 17 games in 1993 and 1994. In 1995, his full rookie season, Green started in 97 games, hitting 15 home runs and batting .288. Green set Blue Jays rookie records in doubles 31, hit streak 14, extra base hits 50, and slugging percentage .509. He came in fifth in voting for the American League Rookie of the Year. His 1996 and 1997 seasons were similar, in that Green was given limited at-bats, wasn't trusted to hit left-handed pitching, and produced only sporadically. Green was, however, more aggressive on the base paths in 1997 than in any previous year, stealing 14 bases while being caught only 3 times. In 1998, Green was granted an everyday spot in the lineup, and he delivered by becoming the first Blue Jay to become a member of the 30-30 Club, in which he hit over 30 home runs and stole 30 or more bases in the same season. He also became the 10th major leaguer to hit 35 or more home runs and steal 35 or more bases in a season, joining among others Willie Mays, Barry Bonds, and Alex Rodriguez. Green had never hit more than 18 home runs in a season, major or minor leagues. He finished the season batting .278 with 35 home runs, 100 RBIs, and 35 stolen bases, a career best. In 1999, Green proved his newfound power was no fluke. On April 22nd, he hit a 449-foot, 137 home run into Skydome's fifth deck, putting him in prestigious company with Jose Canseco, Mark McGwire, and Joe Carter. By the All-Star break, he had hit 25 home runs and knocked in 70 runs, earning him not only his first All-Star appearance, but also a chance to compete in the Home Run Derby at Fenway Park. Green hit only 2 home runs, however, and was eliminated in the first round. He finished the season batting .309, a career best, with 42 home runs, 5th in the league, 134 runs, second in the league and a career best, 123 RBIs and a .588 slugging percentage, fifth best in the league. Green also led the league in doubles, 45, extra base hits, 87, and total bases, 361. He hit a home run in every 14.6 at-bats. After the season, he was awarded a Gold Glove Award for his defense and a Silver Slugger Award for his offense, and came in ninth in the voting for MVP. In the offseason, Green expressed a desire to sign as a free agent with a team closer to his California roots after the 2000 season. The Blue Jays, facing the rising contract demands of Green and Slugger teammate Carlos Delgado, decided not to leave the decision of which player to pursue until midway through the season. On November 8, 1999, Green was traded with Jorge Nunez to the Los Angeles Dodgers for Pedro Borbon Jr. and Raul Mondesi. Green quickly signed an extension with Los Angeles, agreeing to an $84 million, $149 million today, /6-year deal that included a $4 million, $7,077,000 today, signing bonus. Los Angeles Dodgers, 2000 to 2004. With a lot of pressure riding on his now well-paid shoulders, Green struggled at times in 2000, his first season with Los Angeles. Still, he led the league in games played, with 162, and was fifth in the league in doubles with 44, the second highest total in Dodgers history, while driving in 99 runs. He also had one of the longest consecutive games on-base streaks in baseball history at 53, 5 behind Duke Snider's modern-day National League record. He hit home runs in 5 straight games. The only other Dodgers to achieve this feat are Roy Campanella, 1950, Matt Kemp, 2010, Adrian Gonzalez, 2014-15, and Jock Peterson, 2015. He hit .329 in late innings of close games. Green had a career year in 2001, batting .297, .331 with runners in scoring position, with a .598 slugging percentage, a career best, 49 home runs, a career best, 121 runs, 7th in the league, 125 RBIs, a career best, 370 total bases, 5th in the league, and 20 stolen bases. His 49 home runs set a Dodger single-season record, a record which stood until Shohei Ohtani hit his 50th home run of the season on September 19, 2024. But only tied for 4th in the league behind Barry Bonds, Sammy Sosa, and Luis Gonzalez. For the 4th straight year, he stole 20 or more bases and batted .331 with runners in scoring position. Green came in 6th in voting for league MVP. I felt like it was the right thing to do. I didn't do this to gain approval. I thought it was the right example to set for Jewish kids, a lot of whom don't like to go to synagogue. Green, explaining why he sat out a game for the first time in 415 games. Green made headlines for 2 decisions that he made during the 2001 season. On September 26, he stood by his word and sat out a game for the first time in 415 games to honor the most significant holiday on the Jewish calendar, Yom Kippur. He also made a second notable decision on September 26, donating his day's pay of $75,000, $129,000 today, to a charity for survivors of the New York 9/11 terrorist attacks. Green started off slowly in 2002, but turned things around with a record-setting power display. On May 23rd, the turning point of his season, he had one of the best single-game performances ever. He hit a major league record-tying 4 home runs and a record-tying 5 extra base hits. He hit a double in addition to the home runs against the Milwaukee Brewers and had 19 total bases, breaking Joe Adcock's 1954 major league record by 1, while matching the major league record of 6 runs scored in 1 game. No other major league player had 6 hits, 5 runs, and as many as 4 extra base hits in a game again until Ian Kinsler of the Texas Rangers in 2009. He hit a 5th home run during the following game to tie the Major League 2-game home run record 5, and then hit 2 more the game after the break, the Major League 3-game record 7. Green also broke the NL record with 9 home runs in that calendar week. He was voted to the All-Star team and finished the season with a .285 average, .385 on-base percentage, a career best, 42 home runs, 3rd in the league, 114 RBIs, fourth in the league, 114 runs, fourth in the league, 93 walks, a career best, 22 intentional walks, fifth in the league, and 20 stolen bases. 8. He hit .333 with runners in scoring position and 2 out. Green came in fifth in voting for league MVP. In 2003, Green struggled with his power and RBI production. He had problems with tendinitis in his left shoulder, which limited him to 19 home runs and 85 RBIs as he batted .280. Still, he was second in the league in doubles, with 49, a career best. Green's power improved in 2004 as he hit 28 home runs and collected 86 RBIs, while batting .266, leading the Dodgers to the 2004 playoffs. Green moved to first base for much of the season. He hit 3 home runs in the postseason in just 16 at-bats. Green was traded to the Arizona Diamondbacks on January 11, 2005. He waived his no-trade clause for a 3-year extension from the team for $32 million. The trade was part of a 3-team trade which sent Green and cash to the Diamondbacks in exchange for catcher Dioner Navarro and 3 minor leaguers. Arizona Diamondbacks, 2005-06. While Green's batting average in 2005, .286, was his best in 4 years, he walked fewer times, 62, than he had in the prior 6 years and hit fewer home runs, 22, and scored fewer runs, 87, than he had in all but 7 of his prior seasons. Green came to bat 398 times with the Diamondbacks before being traded in 2006, and while his batting average and on-base percentage were near his career averages, his slugging percentage, .425, was the lowest it had been since he broke into the majors. On August 22, 2006, Green was dealt, along with $6.5 million in cash, by the Arizona Diamondbacks to the New York Mets for AAA 23-year-old left-handed pitcher Evan McLean. New York Mets, 2006-07. 2006. Green's second at-bat as a Met was an RBI single off Cardinals pitcher Jason Markey, another Jewish ballplayer. Overall, in 2006, Green had his worst offensive year in a decade. He hit only 15 home runs, with 66 RBI for stolen bases, a .432 slugging percentage, and a .277 batting average. Green's 15 home runs matched his second lowest total since becoming a full-time player. His 73 runs scored was also a significant drop-off from the 134 runs he scored in his outstanding 1999 season with Toronto. One bright point was that his .799 OPS against lefties was the 10th best in the league for lefty batters. Curiously, while he had the 9th highest ground ball/fly ball ratio in the league, 2.17, he also tied with Barry Bonds for the longest average home run in the NL in 2006, 407 feet, 28, his 470-foot, 140 home run against the Mets on April 11th was the 9th longest in the NL for the year, and only 2 longer home runs were hit in the AL. He also had another bright point. He struck out only 15.5% of the time, his best career year through 2006. He faded as the season progressed, dropping 65 points and batting .240 after the All-Star break. After the season ended, Green was 18th of all active players in doubles, and younger than all those ahead of him, and in the top 30 of all active players in home runs, total bases, and extra base hits. He was also in the top 100 of all players ever lifetime in home runs. 2006 marked only the second postseason appearance of Green's career. In the 2006 playoffs, Green tied for the team lead with 3 doubles and hit .313, second best on the team, as the Mets hit only .250. 2007. On February 13, 2007, the Mets declined a $10 million mutual option on Green's contract that would have kept him in New York through the 2008 season. He got a $2 million buyout instead. The report came amid retirement rumors. Green commented on them, saying, "There's been no decision on the future at all as far as I'm concerned. I'm planning on playing and seeing how things go." In the 5th inning of the May 25, 2007, game against the Florida Marlins, Green suffered a chip fracture of the first metatarsal bone in his right foot when he fouled a ball off of it. Green at the time of the injury was batting .314, 10th best in the NL, and .341 against right-handers with 5 home runs, 22 RBIs, 12 doubles, and 4 stolen bases. On May 29th, Green was placed on the 15-day disabled list, his first time on the DL in his career. The bone was expected to fully heal in 6 weeks, but he was activated well before then. On June 11th, he was back in the lineup, though the bone was not completely healed, and went 2 for 4 with a run batted in and a stolen base. On June 24th, Green started at first base for the first time since 2006, when he was a member of the Diamondbacks. Retirement. After the 2007 season, Green became a free agent. He chose to retire before the start of the 2008 season as he wanted to be with his family. Green confirmed his retirement on February 28, 2008. Among all-time Jewish Major League Baseball players, through 2010, he was second in career home runs and RBIs behind Hank Greenberg and 10th in batting average behind Maury Arnovich. Fielding. In 1998, Green had 14 assists and 5 double plays from the outfield. Most of Green's innings in the field were in right field, where he was awarded a Gold Glove Award in 1999. In 2005, he did not commit an error in the outfield. Green also played over 100 games at first base, mostly in 2004 and 2006, and over 50 games each in center field and left field. Accomplishments. Toronto Blue Jays Minor League Player of the Year, 1994. 5th in AL Rookie of the Year voting, 1995. Topps All-Star Rookie Team, 1995. Member of the 30 to 30 Club, 1998. All-Star, 1999, 2002. AL Total Bases Leader, 1999. AL Doubles Leader, 1999. AL Gold Glove Award, 1999. AL Silver Slugger Award, 1999. 9th in AL MVP voting, 1999. Toronto Blue Jays Player of the Year, 1999. Held Dodgers' record for most home runs in a season for 23 years, with 49 2001. 6th in NL MVP voting, 2001. LA Dodgers Player of the Year, 2001. 4 home runs in a game, May 23, 2002. Holds record for total bases in a game with 19 May 23, 2002. 5th in NL MVP voting, 2002. 20 home run seasons. 7 1998 to 2002, 2004 and 2005. 30 home run seasons. 4 1998, 1999, 2001 and 2002. 40 home run seasons. 3 1999, 2001 and 2002. 100 RBI seasons. 4 1998, 1999, 2001 and 2002. 100 runs scored seasons. 4 1998, 1999, 2001 and 2002. Only Major League player to ever hit 7 home runs in a 3-game span, May 23rd for 24-1, 25-2, 2002. Recorded his 2000 Major League hit, September 25, 2007. Hall of Fame candidacy. Green became eligible for the National Baseball Hall of Fame in 2013. 75% of the vote was necessary for induction, and 5% was necessary to stay on the ballot. Of the 37 total candidates, Green received 2 votes, 0.4%, and was eliminated from future BBWAA voting. Team Israel. Green played and coached for the Israeli national baseball team in the 2013 World Baseball Classic qualifier in September 2012. He was eligible to play for Israel because he is Jewish. Under the Classic's rules, non-Israeli citizens of Jewish heritage can play for the country. Israel lost to Spain in extra innings in the pool finals, missing out on a spot in the tournament. During the first game of the tournament, Green was the designated hitter and batted 5th, going 2 for 5 with a run scored and a strikeout. Green did not play in the second game. During the third and final game, Green went 1 for 4 with a run batted in while leaving 7 men on base. Non-baseball career. Green made a cameo appearance on the series premiere of the hit show Num 3RS, 2005, while he was an active Los Angeles Dodgers player in the film The Core, 2003, and on the Nick Cannon Show, 2002. He founded Greenfly in 2014, a software company developing technology for sports and entertainment organizations and used by the Los Angeles Dodgers. In 2011, Green, with co-author Gordon McAlpine, published The Way of Baseball, a memoir of his spiritual development through his baseball career. Charitable work. Green assists several charities, including the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, Special Olympics, Parkinson's Foundation, and the United Jewish Federation. He donated $250,000 of his salary each year to the Dodgers Dream Foundation, $1.5 million over 6 years, supporting the development of 4 Dodger Dream Fields throughout Louisiana and the purchase of books for local elementary schools and youth community programs. He also served as spokesman for the Jewish Federation of Greater Los Angeles to promote literacy. In 2007, Green pledged to donate $180, or 10 times chai, to the UJA Federation of New York for every run batted in. This was also matched by the New York Mets and Steiner Sports Collectibles. Chai, which means life in Hebrew, has a numerological value of 18, and the Jewish community often gives gifts in multiples of 18 as a result. Honors and awards. Honored at the Baseball Assistance Team's annual Going to Bat for Bat fundraising dinner as the recipient of the Bart Giamatti Award for his off-the-field involvement in the community in 2000. Named Baseball Man of the Year at the Cedars-Sinai Sports Spectacular on June 29th. 2003, an event that helped raise money for the hospital's genetic defects unit. Named a 2003 inductee into the Arizona Fall League Hall of Fame. Presented the Hank Greenberg Sportsmanship Award by the American Jewish Historical Society in 2004. Inducted into the Orange County Jewish Sports Hall of Fame at the Mirage Jewish Community Center in Irvine, California. Inducted into the Jewish Sports Hall of Fame, Northern California. Inducted into the Southern California Jewish Sports Hall of Fame, 2001. Inducted into the National Jewish Sports Hall of Fame, 2005. Inducted into the International Jewish Sports Hall of Fame, 2014. Miscellaneous. Green's walk-up songs were Be Yourself by Audioslave and Song 2 by Blur. Threw his batting gloves to children each time he hit a home run in his home ballpark. Has 2 bats in the National Baseball Hall of Fame. 1. The bat he used on May 23, 2002, to hit 4 homers against the Milwaukee Brewers, and 2. The bat he used to hit a grand slam on May 21, 2000, one of a record 6 grand slams hit on that day. Shawn Green was also a playable character in Backyard Baseball 2001, Backyard Baseball 2003, and Backyard Baseball 2005, representing the Dodgers. Well then, that is another profile video. Hope you enjoyed. If you have any thoughts about Shawn Green, let me know in the comments. I like to read them. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. As always, until next time, keep on collecting. Bye. Welcome. Autograph Fisherman here, and I have another profile video for you. Today it is Darren Quint, born March 12, 1976. Durham, New Hampshire, U.S. Height 6 feet 2 inches, 188 centimeters. Weight 219 pounds, 99 kilograms, 15 stone 9 pounds. Position defense. Shot left. Played for Winnipeg Jets, Phoenix Coyotes, New Jersey Devils, Columbus Blue Jackets, Chicago Blackhawks, Eisbären Berlin, New York Islanders, Neftekhimik Nizhnekamsk, Spartak Moscow, CSKA Moscow, Traktor Chelyabinsk, YHC München, National Team United States, NHL Draft 30th overall, 1994, Winnipeg Jets. Playing career 1995 to 2017. Darren Timothy Quint, born March 12, 1976, is an American former professional ice hockey defenseman. His playing experience included spending time in the National Hockey League with the Winnipeg Jets, Phoenix Coyotes, New Jersey Devils, Columbus Blue Jackets, Chicago Blackhawks, and New York Islanders. Playing career. As a youth, Quint played in the 1989 and 1990 Quebec International Pee Wee hockey tournaments with a minor ice hockey team from Rye, New York. Quint was drafted 30th overall by Winnipeg in the 1994 NHL entry draft as a rookie in the 1995-96 season. By scoring 2 goals in a 4-second span, he tied an NHL record originally set by Nels Stewart of the Montreal Maroons in 1931. The next season, the Jets became the Phoenix Coyotes, and Quint remained with Phoenix until he was traded to the New Jersey Devils on March 7, 2000, for Lilo Delian. Quint would only play 4 regular season games for the Devils before being traded to the expansion Columbus Blue Jackets on June 23 the same year, where he stayed for 2 seasons, leading the Blue Jackets in minutes played per game. For the 2002-03 season, Quint rejoined the Coyotes for a second campaign, and he later joined the Chicago Blackhawks the next season. During the NHL lockout, which resulted in the 2004-05 season being canceled, Quint played for Bolzano HC in Italy. He later played for Cloten in Switzerland. In 2005, Quint joined Eisbären Berlin of Germany's Deutsche Eishockey Liga and led them to 3 league championships in 4 seasons. At the end of the 2006-07 DL season, he signed with the New York Islanders and returned to the NHL, playing 5 games and assisting them in making the playoffs. He returned to the Eisbären for the 2007-08 DL season, while becoming the DL Defenseman of the Year and leading the Bears to another league championship. Quint led all scoring for defensemen during the 08-09 season, while setting a franchise record of playing in 237 consecutive games and winning a 3rd DL championship. Quint was a DL All-Star defenseman for 3 seasons. After 4 years in Berlin, Quint left Germany and signed with HC Neftekhimik Nizhny of the predominantly Russian Continental Hockey League. In 2010, he signed with Traktor Chelyabinsk. He set a record for most goals scored by a KHL defenseman in 2010-11 and was selected to the KHL West All-Star team in the 2012-13 season. On May 1, 2013, Quint signed a 2-year contract with HC Spartak Moscow. On January 15, 2014, due to Spartak's financial woes, he was traded to CSKA Moscow together with Jeff Glass for monetary compensation. On May 6, 2014, Quint opted to return to his past successes in the KHL by signing with Traktor Chelyabinsk. Quint would play for Traktor Chelyabinsk in 416 games, the most by any North American, and scored 189, 75 goals plus 114 assist points. He was a 2-time participant in the KHL All-Star Game in 2013 and 2014, the top scorer among defenders in the league in 2011 and 2014, and winner of the league in 2012, a silver and bronze medalist in the KHL in 2012 and 2013. During the 2015-16 season, Quint was made captain of Traktor. He made history on February 16, 2016, in the away match against Metallurg Magnitogorsk, where he earned an assist. He became the oldest hockey player in the history of Traktor Chelyabinsk to play in an official match at 39 years old. In 52 games, Quint scored 11 points. After leaving the KHL in the offseason, Quint opted to continue his career back in Germany, signing a 1-year deal with reigning champions EHC München on June 9, 2016. He helped lead the team to a championship. Awards and achievements: 1994-95 WHO West First All-Star Team, 2006, 2007, 2008 DL All-Star Team, 2008 DL Defenseman of the Year, 2nd place, silver medalist 2012-13 Traktor Chelyabinsk, 3rd place, bronze medalist 2011-12 Traktor Chelyabinsk, 2013 KHL West All-Star Team, 2014 KHL East All-Star Team. Well, that was another profile video. I hope you enjoyed. If you have any thoughts about Darren Quint, let me know them in the comments. I like to read them. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. As always, until next time, keep on collecting. Bye. Welcome, Autograph Fisherman here, and I have another profile video for you. Today it is Tom Glavine pitcher. Born March 25th, 1966. Concord, Massachusetts, U.S. Batted left. Threw left. MLB debut August 17, 1987 for the Atlanta Braves. Last MLB appearance August 14, 2008 for the Atlanta Braves. MLB statistics: win-loss record 305 win 203 lose. Earned run average 3.54. Strikeouts 2,607. Teams: Atlanta Braves 1987 to 2002. New York Mets 2003 to 2007. Atlanta Braves 2008. Career highlights and awards: 10 times All-Star 1991 to 1993, 1996 to 1998, 2000, 2002, 2004, 2006. World Series champion 1995. 2 times NL Cy Young Award 1991, 1998. World Series MVP 1995. 4-time Silver Slugger Award 1991, 1995, 1996, 1998. 5 times NL wins leader 1991 to 1993, 1998, 2000. Atlanta Braves number 47 retired. Braves Hall of Fame. Member of the National Baseball Hall of Fame. Induction 2014. Vote 91.9% first ballot. Thomas Michael Glavine, born March 25, 1966, is an American former professional baseball pitcher who played 22 seasons in Major League Baseball for the Atlanta Braves 1987 to 2002, 2008, and New York Mets 2003 to 2007. With 164 victories during the 1990s, Glavine earned the second highest number of wins as a pitcher in the National League, second only to teammate Greg Maddox's 176. He was a 5-time 20-game winner and 2-time Cy Young Award winner, and one of only 24 pitchers and just 6 left-handers in Major League history to earn 300 career wins. He was the most valuable player of the 1995 World Series as the Braves beat the Cleveland Indians. In 2014, Glavine was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in his first year of eligibility, receiving 91.9% of the votes cast. Early years: Glavine was born in Concord, Massachusetts, and raised in Billerica, Massachusetts. Glavine attended Billerica Memorial High School, where he was an excellent student and a letterman in ice hockey as well as baseball. He was a 4-year member of the Honor Roll and the National Honor Society. In hockey, he scored 47 goals and 47 assists in 23 high school games, and as a senior, he was named the Merrimack Valley's most valuable player. In baseball, he led his team to the Division I North title and the Eastern Massachusetts Championship as a senior. He graduated from high school in 1984 with honors. Glavine was elected to the Billerica Memorial / Howe High School Athletic Hall of Fame in 1993. Professional career: Glavine was drafted by both the Los Angeles Kings in the 1984 NHL entry draft in the 4th round, 69th overall, 2 rounds ahead of future National Hockey League star Brett Hull, and 5 rounds ahead of Luc Robitaille, both 2009 Hockey Hall of Fame inductees, and the Atlanta Braves Major League Baseball organization in the 2nd round of the 1984 amateur baseball draft. Glavine elected to play baseball and made his Major League debut on August 17, 1987. Atlanta Braves, 1987 to 2002. Glavine had mixed results during his first 4 seasons in the majors, compiling a 33-43 record from 1987 to 1990, including a 17-loss performance in 1988. His fortunes turned around in 1991 when he won 20 games and posted a 2.55 earned run average. It was his first of 3 consecutive seasons with 20 or more wins, and saw him earn his first National League Cy Young Award. Glavine was the ace of the 1991 Braves starting rotation that included Steve Avery, Charlie Leibrandt, and another future NL Cy Young Award winner and Hall of Fame inductee, John Smoltz. His season helped ensure a dramatic reversal in the Braves' competitive fortunes as they won the National League pennant and earned a trip to the World Series, though they lost to the Minnesota Twins in 7 games. In an era of the diminishing 20-game winner, there were none in the majors in 2006 and 2009. Glavine became the last major league pitcher to win 20 games in 3 straight years, 1991 to 1993. Atlanta, long thought of as a perennial cellar dweller, was lifted in the 1990s into one of the most successful franchises in the game on the strength of its stellar pitching staff and solid hitting. After the Braves signed free agent Greg Maddux from the Chicago Cubs in 1993, Glavine, Maddux, and Smoltz formed one of the best pitching rotations in baseball history. Among them, they won 7 Cy Young Awards during the period of 1991 to 1998. Glavine won his second Cy Young Award in 1998, going 20-6 with a 2.47 ERA. Years later, after Glavine joined the Mets and Maddux played for the San Diego Padres, the three, along with Smoltz who still pitched for Atlanta, all recorded wins on the same day, June 27, 2007. The Braves defeated the Cleveland Indians in 6 games in the 1995 World Series, and Glavine was named the series MVP. He won 2 games during that series, Game 2 and Game 6. In Game 6, he pitched 8 innings of one-hit shutout baseball. In addition to the championship won with the Braves in 1995, he pitched in 4 other World Series with the team, in 1991, 1992, 1996, and 1999, when the Braves lost to the Minnesota Twins, Toronto Blue Jays, and New York Yankees twice, respectively. New York Mets, 2003 to 2007. In 2003, Glavine left Atlanta to play for the rival New York Mets, signing a 4-year, $42.5 million deal. Glavine's performance had slumped in the second half of 2002, and he was ineffective in his 2 postseason starts, so Atlanta refused to guarantee a 3rd year on his contract. Glavine struggled in his first year as a Met. For the first time since 1988, he failed to win 10 games, also posting his first losing record in that span, 9-14. He also allowed his first career grand slam, hit by Jose Vidro of the Expos on September 19th. Glavine did get to enjoy a personal highlight at the end of the season, however, when the Mets called up his brother Mike to join the team. Glavine began 2004 well, highlighted by a May 23rd one-hit shutout of the Colorado Rockies and selection to the National League All-Star team. However, he struggled again during the second half, marred by losing front teeth in a car accident while riding in a taxicab. He went on to post a slightly better record, though still a losing one, going 11-14. He started off 2005 slowly, but rebounded after advice from pitching coach Rick Peterson, who encouraged Glavine to begin pitching inside more often, including a changeup in, and incorporate a curveball in his repertoire. Glavine's turnaround helped him earn National League Pitcher of the Month in September. He finished the season with a 13-13 record and a respectable 3.53 ERA. The Mets' faith in Glavine was rewarded when he returned to his old form during the 2006 season. He finished 1 victory shy of the NL lead in wins and was selected to the All-Star team. That season, Tom Glavine became the first Mets left-hander in nearly 30 years to start at least 30 games in 4 consecutive seasons. Glavine and the Mets got a scare in August 2006. His pitching shoulder was tested for a blood clot because he was suffering from coldness in his left ring finger. This was originally thought to be a symptom of Raynaud's syndrome, which had been diagnosed in 1990. According to the pitcher, doctors picked something up when they did the ultrasound. The results of that new test showed the problem could be treated with medicine, and Glavine resumed pitching on September 1st against the Houston Astros. Glavine finished the 2006 season with a fine 15-7 record and a 3.82 ERA, as the Mets won the National League Eastern Division allowing him to make his first playoff appearance since leaving the Braves. He started Game 2 of the division series against the Los Angeles Dodgers, pitching 6 shutout innings and surrendering only 4 hits to pick up the win, as the Mets went on to sweep the series from the Dodgers. He then started Game 1 of the National League Championship Series against the St. Louis Cardinals, pitching 7 shutout innings to pick up the win, helped by Carlos Beltran's 2-run home run. Glavine's postseason scoreless inning streak ended in his next start. He suffered the loss in Game 5, while the Mets went on to drop the series to the Cardinals in 7 games. Glavine re-signed with the Mets for the 2007 season, needing only 10 wins to reach 300 wins for his career. He started his 4th opening day game as a Met in the 2007 season. On August 5, 2007, Glavine won his 300th game against the Chicago Cubs at Wrigley Field on ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. In the game, he also was 1 for 2 with a run batted in and a walk. He pitched 6 1/3 innings and won 8-3, bringing his lifetime record to 300 to 197. Glavine is the 23rd pitcher to win 300 games and the 5th left-handed pitcher to do so, joining Eddie Plank, Lefty Grove, Warren Spahn, and Steve Carlton. Randy Johnson won his 300th game on June 4, 2009, becoming the 24th pitcher and 6th left-hander to do so. On September 30, 2007, Glavine started the final game of the Mets' 2007 regular season against the Florida Marlins. The Mets, tied with the Philadelphia Phillies after having squandered a 7-game lead over the past 16 games, needed a win to either win the division or force a playoff game with the Phillies for the division. Unfortunately, Glavine made one of the worst starts of his career, allowing 7 runs while recording only 1 out, and the Mets were eliminated from playoff contention with an 8-1 loss. Glavine declined a 1-year, $13 million contract option for the 2008 season with the Mets on October 5, 2007, ending his tenure with the team. However, he did collect a $3 million buyout when he declined the $13 million option. Return to Atlanta Braves 2008 and retirement. Tom Glavine's number 47 was retired by the Atlanta Braves in 2010. On November 18, 2007, Glavine rejoined the Braves, seemingly bringing his career full circle, with a 1-year contract worth $8 million. On April 18, 2008, Glavine was placed on the disabled list DL for the first time in his 22-year career. On May 14, 2008, Glavine won his first game with the Atlanta Braves since September 19, 2002. This was also his 304th win, and it occurred while the Atlanta Braves were playing against the Philadelphia Phillies. Coincidentally, both his win on September 19, 2002 and May 14, 2008 were against the Phillies. On August 14, 2008, Glavine appeared in his final game. He started against the Chicago Cubs, and he gave up 7 runs in only 4 innings. A few days later, he was placed on the disabled list because of a recurring shoulder injury. On February 19, 2009, Glavine agreed to return to Atlanta by signing a $1 million, 1-year contract that included another $3.5 million in possible bonuses based on roster time. However, the Braves released Glavine on June 3, 2009, as he was completing his rehab assignment. On June 20th, Glavine announced he would not pitch for the rest of the season. On February 11, 2010, he officially retired from the sport, having strongly hinted at that decision throughout the prior few months. On the date of his retirement, Glavine agreed to take a job as a special assistant to Braves president John Schuerholz starting in the 2010 season. He was a guest analyst for some Braves games for several seasons. Following the death of his father in 2021, Glavine announced that he would be taking a break from broadcasting during the 2022 season. He returned to the broadcast booth in a part-time role in 2023. The Braves retired Glavine's number 47 on August 6, 2010. On July 29, 2021, Glavine was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame's Board of Directors. Pitching style. Glavine, a left-hander, gradually lost velocity over the latter part of his career. Even at the end of his career, he was an effective starting pitcher in the National League due to his excellent control and deception, changing speeds and locating pitches off the outside corner of the strike zone. His most common approach was to begin by locating his circle changeup off the outside corner, then follow with alternating fastballs and changeups to confuse the hitter. While batters frequently made contact with his pitches, the substantial movement he placed on them made drives very soft, resulting in easily fielded ground balls and flyouts. Glavine's consistency was also highlighted by his durability. Beginning with his first full year in 1988, he started at least 25 games every season and was never placed on the disabled list until his final season at age 42. In addition to his excellent changeup and well-controlled fastball, Glavine had a plus curve ball, a slider, and a tailing two-seam fastball. Despite being a left-handed pitcher, Glavine was often more effective against right-handed batters. Dodgers broadcaster Vin Scully noted that this attribute was likely due to Glavine pitching from the extreme right edge of the pitching rubber. Like longtime Atlanta teammates Greg Maddux and John Smoltz, Glavine was one of the better hitting pitchers of his generation. He had a career .186 batting average, decent for a modern pitcher, and hit over .200 in 9 seasons, with a career best of .289 in 1996. He had a good eye, drawing a high number of walks for a pitcher, which, combined with his hits, gave him a career on-base percentage of .244. Because Glavine got on base almost a quarter of the time he came at bat, opposing pitchers were never able to treat him as an automatic out in the lineup. In 2004, Glavine walked as often as he struck out, 10 times each. Glavine's 201 sacrifice bunts prior to 2007 ranked second among active players at the time, only behind Omar Vizquel. Glavine won 4 Silver Slugger awards, ranking him second all-time for pitchers behind Mike Hampton, while being the most among Cy Young Award winners and Hall of Famer pitchers. Players Union Representative. Starting in 1991, Tom Glavine served as the Atlanta Braves team representative to the Major League Baseball Players Association, succeeding former NL Most Valuable Player and Braves icon Dale Murphy in the position. Prior to and during the 1994-95 Major League Baseball strike, Tom Glavine was heavily involved in negotiations between the union and team owners and was frequently interviewed and quoted in the press about the talks. Ultimately, the strike caused the cancellation of the 1994 World Series and lasted 7.5 months. When play resumed in 1995, Glavine was frequently booed by Braves fans for his role in the players' union and was criticized for it in the local Atlanta press. Personal life. Glavine and his wife Christine married in 1998 and have a blended family of 5 children. One of their sons, Peyton, was selected in the 2017 MLB draft, but chose to play at Auburn University. He currently pitches in the Washington Nationals organization. They live in Johns Creek, Georgia, and Glavine coaches his son's hockey teams. Glavine is a Roman Catholic and is a member of Catholic Athletes for Christ. Glavine is known for being humble about his accomplishments and an avid golfer, so a good friend, Jack Kennedy, gifted Glavine 6 dozen golf balls that display his uniform number, 47, on one side, and the number of losses he had in his career on the other, 203. The gift was given around the time Glavine received the phone call that he would be a first ballot Hall of Fame inductee. Well, that was another profile video. I hope you enjoyed. If you have any thoughts about Tom Glavine, let me know in the comments. I like to read them. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. As always, until next time, keep on collecting. Bye.